Well, good afternoon, and welcome to Arnos playing field. First time for the morning, first time for the day, really. We are coming to you from Arnos playing field. We have some good news for you, for the cricket lovers, the supporters of West Indies cricket. Here at Arnos, the umpires have made the inspection. They're still on the field, but they have given us word that we start at 2:30, and we go up to 4:05. Then we have the tea break, and then resume at 4:25, and we play up until 6 p.m. So all those who are wondering what is happening here at Arnosville, we are about to have some cricket, and we start at 2:30. And just to remind you, you go up to 4:05, we resume at 4:25, and we go up until 6 p.m. We have lost play this morning because some heavy showers overnight, and that has delayed play all morning up until this time. So you would having some cricket here at Arnosville in this match, Barbados versus Leewards. This is the finals of the West Indies Under-19 Rising Star Tournament. So we will be back with you at Arnosville at 2:30 to bring you live coverage here between the Leeward Islands and Barbados, vying for championship here at Arnosville. Good afternoon and welcome back to Arnos playing field, where we are about to start play here in the finals of the West Indies under-19 Rising Stars tournament held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have had this tournament so far for the past 2 to 3 weeks or so, but this morning we've been heavily affected here by the rain. So we are about to start play with this game, Leeward Islands versus Barbados. Really and truly, this is will be a very competitive game. Just to give you some update as to what went on with these two teams thus far in this tournament. The Leeward Islands team, they have a couple of players who have been in the top 10 bowlers, and the Barbados team, they have a couple of batters who have been included in the top 10 batters as well. So just to mention those persons, Joshua Dawn, he has 177 runs. Hakeem Perryman with 123. And bowling for the Leewards, we have Onaj Amory with 14 wickets and Mika Mackenzie with 12 wickets. So this game is really going to be a really good game between these two teams, where Leeward Islands is boasting for some very good bowlers, and the Barbadians are boasting to have some good batters. My opinion in this game is that the team that really bats well in this game will actually come out winners in this game. So it is dependent on the batters in this game for me. With me in studios, I have Stacyan Adams. Stacyan, good afternoon and welcome. Well, we are about to start this game as the players are encroach onto the pitch. The umpires are standing at the stumps. We are about to start the finals of this West Indies under-19 Rising Stars tournament. The finals, Leeward Islands versus Barbados. The Leeward Islanders, they have won the toss and insulted the Barbadians. The Barbadians will start with the number 3. And the number 1. I'll give you the names in just a minute. Right? Perryman and Brown would start for Barbados. Those two would start the batting for Barbados. And the Leeward Islanders, I think they would start with fast bowler Landfort, and it was Edwards. So the left arm seamer and the right arm seamer would start for Leewards. So those two have been getting a very good tournament so far for the Leewards. Been giving the Leeward Islands a very good start. So Stacyan, these two teams meeting for the first time in the finals. Your thoughts so far?
Well, I haven't seen Leeward Islands play in the tournament, but you have told me some good things about the fast bowlers that you have seen. You being a fast bowler yourself, Martin. I've seen Barbados. They're quite dominant with the bat. They also have good all-rounders in their team, namely Jaden Roberts and Nathan Seeley as well. So I expect a highly competitive match. It's winner takes all. So I believe both of these teams, they'll be looking for a win and nothing less.
Yes, and we are happy to have cricket here this afternoon. The sun is out in all its glory. Unfortunately, the rain hampered us this morning with a few areas on the playing field that was a little bit damped. But we are here and we're ready to go. So, Edwards with the number 1 on his back, he will be bowling the first delivery and the first over of this game, the finals of the West Indies under-19 Rising Stars tournament here at Arnos playing field. 3 slips, a gully, cover, short extra cover, mid-off. This one is pitched up vividly, that is squeezed between the 2 slips, running to the fence, now hits the ropes. 4 runs. So a very good start there for the Barbadians, but a very good delivery from Edwards first up as well.
Yeah, a fortuitous boundary on the part of Hakeem Perryman. It was full, angling into his stumps. Just got a bat down in time and it was squatted out to the 3rd slip area. Unfortunately, they were not able to cut it off, so 4 runs to Barbados. Good start by both teams. Can't complain.
Well, this is what we are looking forward for. This the finals between these two teams. They're separated by a little bit really, as Edwards. Short delivery, he's looking to pull, just trickling to the man at the keeper came up and just feel it, threatening the stumps there. So Edwards, second delivery, short one, but he's really known for this delivery that he pitched just back at the length there and swings into the batter, and it turns basically into a Yorker. He has gotten a few wickets with that delivery, and he has picked up a few scalps by bowling that way. So 2-3 slips a gully, square cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, fine leg. This one is outside the house, some taken by Tuckett. Stacey, and you have seen the Barbadian team so far. Your picks so far, your players at the tournament?
Well, so far, Hakeem Perryman, he has stood up for them in the first game against Jamaica. He batted well. We know Joshua Dawn, he scored 100 as well. But you can't look past Nathan Seeley, who's good all around for them as well. He bowls and he bats. There's also Devon Stevenson. So quite an all-round team. There's no one player that you can look at and say, oh, this is the player that you have to look forward to. Barbados has quite a few players that can win games for them.
This one is appeal. Rather stifled appeal that was going down the leg. The umpires would have nothing to do with that. So I like your description of that, Stacey, and I've seen the Barbadian team play, and I could really say and support you with that they are a very good all-round team, and they would be a very difficult team to beat here in these finals. The Leeward Island team, they are a very good bowling unit. So they could do that with the ball. They could win games with the ball. But what they need to do in this game is get their batting up to par and score some runs. This one is outside here. Something to Tuckett gloves. He's a wicket keeper and he's also the captain for the Leeward Island team. Unfortunately, they have not gotten anyone in the top 10 for batting. And
just to show how dominant they are with the ball, they actually have 3 bowlers in the top 5 of the most wickets tally. Onaje Amory, he has 14. Micah McKenzie has 12. And Nathan Edward, who's bowling now, he has 11 wickets. So quite dominant with the ball, Leeward Islands.
Yes, they are. This one is short and being pulled by Perryman. It goes into the fence. And the hand goes up above the head. 6 runs. Short delivery by Edwards. And he pounced on that, pulling that a far way across into the fence for 6 runs.
Yeah, definitely too short on that occasion. There was a ball similar to that in the second ball that he bowled, in fact, that was short. But Perryman wasn't able to time it well. On this occasion, he times it well and effortlessly placed it over the mid-on bundle for 6 runs.
Yes, Perryman just leaning back and pulling that over mid-on into the fence for 6. He made it look very easy. That brings the first over to an end. Barbados at the end of the first over, they are 10 without loss. 10 without loss. Edwards here bowled the first over for the Leeward Islanders. And we would have the lanky fast bowler from the Leeward Islands to take up the attack from the Beckwith end. He would be bowling to Brown, who is just marking his guard, making sure everything is ready. There's 3 slips, a gully, square cover, short extra cover, mid-off, short mid-on, probably just call that a mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, and the fine leg. So Langford will be bowling his first delivery in the finals. So there's a short delivery outside the house stump. And Brown is having some troubles with that one. That bounce outside the house stump, Stacey. And good delivery forced up by Langford.
Yes, an excellent delivery to start. He got some bounce on that occasion. Achilles Brown just looking around, has a quizzical look at. He had a quizzical look at the umpire and at the slip cordon, and now he had a word with his partner. So maybe some unorthodox bounce, something he didn't quite expect. That took him by surprise, certainly.
Well, Langford is a tall, lanky fast bowler. He bowls from a very high arm action. And I've seen that from him at Park Hill. This one again, lifting with some pace. But Brong is on top of that one, just guiding it down to the man at third slip, who does the fielding. And the Leeward Islands are cheering him on as he continues. As this is one of the fast bowler I like in this tournament, Stacey.
Yeah, just good to see that Achilles Brong, he's learning as he go, and I keep talking about learning and acquiring knowledge. On that occasion, he rode the bunks perfectly. He realized that there's some bunks and he got on his toes and he rode it perfectly so that there wasn't an edge flying to the slip. So good start from Brong and Landerford.
This one is played. There's could be some trouble here. Called for a single. Brong and his partner, the non-striker, did not reply, did not respond, and he could have been in some trouble there early up.
Yes, and that's not something that Barbados would want at this point in time. He got 10 runs off the first over. Both batters looking comfortable so far, I'll say. So you don't want to run out to start things for the Leeward Islands team. But that's something we highlighted when we commentated in the first game against Barbados, that the communication and the running between the wicket, it wasn't quite up to par. I don't know how they went in the other games, but it's something that you need to keep an eye on as the match progresses.
Along the foot, this one is hitting the outer portion of the bat, well stopped by the man at third slip. So some good fast bowling here by Langford so far. Testing Brong just outside the off stump. And just to let the viewers know that the wicket is hard. This is a wicket that produces a lot of runs, but you can really get some extra bounce. And if the bowlers really bowl, put their backs into it and put the effort in, they could get a lot of results from it as well. So it's an even wicket for bowlers and batters, but they would have to do the work. This one is short, just into the rib area, well played by Brong. So he seems to be very comfortable with those lifting deliveries. He's playing them very nicely, Stacey.
Yes, he doesn't need to be aggressive, overly aggressive just yet. So he can just see off Landerford, at least see what he's about. I don't think these two have met in the tournament so far. So both of these teams will need to assess each other in order to get on top.
This one is down the leg side, well taken by Tuckett. Just tumbling over. That brings you over to an end. Maiden over. Barbados, 10 without loss. This is the finals of the West Indies Under-19 Rising Stars Tournament held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We had 3 rounds of games so far, and these two teams came into this tournament, and they have landed some points during the tournament. Barbados, just to let you know, before this game, just want to go through the point standings, just to let you know how they got to the finals and so on, as we prepare for over number 3. Barbados, they accumulated 45.4 points, match points 27, batting points 4. This one is just played back to Edwards to continue. Bowling points, they got 9. And there are some pace bowlers points as well. They picked up 5.4. The Leeward Islanders, they picked up 18 match points. Batting points 2. Bowling points 8. And the pace bowler points 3.6. They ended up with 31.6 points to get here in the finals. And the best after that was Jamaica with 15. This one is pulled again by Perryman. He doesn't move. Over mid-on, into the fence for 6, and he does that with so much ease. What a shot.
Yes, too short again, and this was helped effortlessly by Perryman. It's just interesting to see how Nathan Edwards has bowled throughout this over and the previous one as well. The first ball he bowled, he pitched it up. The batter, his feet was nowhere. He got an edge. It didn't go to hand, of course. He did get an edge. After that, he just started bowling shorter. So I'm interested to see his process. I'm not sure if there's something that they might know of Perryman that they might be working on. But after that first delivery, I expected him to keep bowling full. However, he decided to go shorter.
Perryman is very comfortable with those deliveries. This one is pitched up now. Played to the man at mid-off. Fielded by him. But I could remember the game against Cumberland, Stacey, and that the Barbadians played some really big shots at Cumberland. They went for 6 as well with the short deliveries. And we see this continuing here at Arnosville, even though Arnosville is a much bigger playing field. So they have been using some very good bats, I could say. Those balls have traveled. This one is driven sweetly to the man at mid-off. Call for quick single. Well run between those two here. Good calling, good response as well. So some improvements between these two. So good running between these two here, Perryman and Brown. The score moves up now to 17. 17 without loss over number 3, Edwards bowling for the Leeward Islanders. Just to remind you that the Leeward Islanders won the toss and insulted the Barbadians. They are now 17 without loss. Perryman is on 17 and Brown is on 1. Brown would be taking strike from Edwards for the first time in this game. 3 slips at gully, square cover, short extra cover, mid-off, short mid-wicket, mid-on. So the two umpires officiated in this game, Stacey, and you would know them very well.
Shannon Crawford, he's standing at square leg. He's from Guyana, and Christopher Wright is from Jamaica.
There you have it. Brown just tucking that one to the man at mid-wicket. No run. So I'm really looking forward to see this game go into all 3 days, but it is dependent on these players, how well they occupy the crease, how well they play this game called cricket, and how well they adjust to conditions and situations in this game. Edwards, as he pulled out of the one, Brown wasn't too ready, but Edwards just went through his run. Dead ball signal by the umpire. 17 without loss. Over number 3 being bowled here by Edwards. As the clap goes around the playing field so far from those 11 players for the Leeward Islands. This one is just on the off stump. Played nicely by Brown to the man at short extra cover. That brings you over to an end. So a pretty good over there by Brown, except for that short delivery which was pulled over mid-wicket for 6 by Perryman.
Yeah, and that last ball from Edward is where he needs to be operating. So maybe it was a case of just searching for the perfect line and length on the wicket. And we'll see how he bowls in the next over, because that line and length is where he needs to be operating.
Agreed with you there, Stacey Ann. So, 3 overs completed. Brown has bowled 2. His partner, Langford, will be bowling from the backway end. Few clouds are wrong, but they are pretty clear, white. You see in the blue skies, good conditions for cricket. Sun is out in all its glory, really. The birds are flying across. Backway is looking very nice from this vantage point. Probably need to swim across. Think I can make it, Stacey? So, Langford from the backway end, looking for some success for the Leewards. This one is outside the house, some bounce and pace. That one is taken above the head of the wicket keeper, the skipper. So you see Stacey and some bounce and pace from Langford, all in the innings.
Yes, he seems to be more bouncy of the two bowlers so far. And the height that he has and he has a very high arm action. So you expect to see some bounce from him.
There's good carry as well to the wicket keeper. This one is short and tucking the batsman up there, looking to pull it, but that was bouncing and really with a little bit more pace than Edwards along the foot, and really Perryman getting himself in a rather awkward position there to play that delivery. Just hitting the upper portion of the bat and went to the man at mid-off. He has to be very careful with this fast bowler. He's bowling from a different length. This one again, short outside the off stump, more bounce as Perryman is on top of that and steering it down to the man at gully who does the fielding. So just a different kettle of fish here for Perryman against Langford. More bounce, more pace.
Yes, and my first time looking at Leeward Islands, I see why their bowlers are so successful. It's a two different operations from both ends. You have Landford, who's usually bowls shorter, and Edward, who I suspect quick single taken. Yeah, Edward, who I suspect should be pitching it up more. I'm looking for swing. So I see now why they've been so successful with the ball in the tournament in terms of the pacers.
Yes, and they have been more consistent with their lines and lengths rather than I've seen other pacers, but they have been very consistent with their line and lengths just outside the house. Some are always asking questions of the batters. So, and that's the reason why they have been so successful bowling together for the Leeward Islanders. This one is outside the house. Some drives and misses is Brown, taken by the wicket keeper. So another good delivery by Langford, just going past the edge into the keeper's glove.
Yeah, swing and a miss there from Achilles Brown. Should be looking to leave alone early in the innings, but instead he's offering a drive. That is what the bowler would want to see at this point in time.
This one is outside the off stump. He's playing and missing again into the keeper's glove. A good over there by Langford, beating him twice outside the house. And that brings you over to an end. 18 without loss. And just to remind you, this is the West Indies Under-19 tournament being brought to you from the Arnosville playing field in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It has been dubbed Rising Stars, and we are seeing some excellent cricket so far from these youngsters from the Leeward Islanders and Barbados. Stacey, a good start to this game.
Yes, a good start so far. And talking about Rising Stars, the Under-15 tournament is also underway. The West Indies Boys Under-15 tournament. Just today, the Leeward Islands, they defeated Trinidad and Tobago. So, Leeward Islands Under-19 boys will be hoping to take a page from their younger players and probably become champions in this format.
Edwards with his trademark delivery being driven back past the bowler. That one will come close to the fence. As it goes over the fence now, into the fence, over the rope. 4 runs there by Perryman. Another good looking shot by the youngster, straight back into the fence for 4, overcompensating there, Edwards.
Yeah, good form shown from Perryman, just making sure that he played that along the ground and not in the air. So a good start from him. I don't think the bowler will mind that line and length, I don't think the captain would mind it either. Because the bowler, Edward, he's probably searching for swing still just to see if anything is there. So he won't mind being hit for 4 in that fashion.
Yes, I think he's looking for that swing that he's accustomed to. We have not seen anything from him so far. And Perryman made it look very easy, stroking it back past Edwards. This one is just angling in and he's driving it again back past mid-on. Would it get to the fence? It does now, into the ropes. Another good-looking shot there by Perryman, and he's off to a flying start here for Barbados.
Yes, it looked as if he was going the other way on that occasion. It looked as if he was going more outside off stump, but just got his bat down in time and played it along the ground to the mid-on fielder and passing him easily. He's timing the ball quite well, Perryman.
Yes, and he's rushed up to 26. 26, Perryman. 4 was completed. Keeper having some adjustment being done to his lace. So we're seeing some early adjustments by Tuckett. There's a mid-on and there's now a mid-wicket, and a mid-on being implemented after those 2 boundaries, consecutive boundaries by Perryman. So Edwards continue with the number 1 on his back. He has 2 slips, a gully. Square cover, short extra cover, mid-off. Mid-wicket, mid-on, and the fine leg. After being struck for 2 wonderful boundaries, it is Edwards. It's a slower delivery, just played back past Edwards. Yorker length. He is known for that delivery that tails into the batter, so he's looking for that late swing, but he has not gotten any so far this afternoon, Stacey.
Yeah, the second 4 that was hit actually by Perryman, it sort of tailed back, but Perryman was good enough to get the bat down and play it along the ground.
This one is outside your stump and guided to the man at backward point, square cover. Picks up field. He's pretty much deep, so an easy single taken there by Perryman.
It's a really good start for Barbados, but Edward, he has some experience. He's played for West Indies team, so I don't think he'll be too fazed by the few boundaries that were hit. He knows that he'll just need to find his line and length, and then he might cause some trouble for the batter. Right now, he hasn't found it as yet, so he knows he'll need to find that and maybe be more effective for the team so far. But he shouldn't be too fazed by the few boundaries that were hit.
Edwards is a better length just on that area. Another quick single. That fielder is really deep. The square cover. So an easy single taken there. So Edwards, he moves up now to... Oh, he's just off the mark? Edwards?
That's Brown.
Brown, sorry. He's just off the mark. Just getting his first run. And Perryman has rushed up to 27. The score is now 28. 28 without loss. Barbados after being insulted by Leeward Islands. A good day for cricket, good wicket.
Yeah, the reaction from the captain, it suggests that maybe a better throw probably would have had seen Perryman back in the dugout.
Edwards is that full delivery. Perryman is driving powerfully to the man and mid-off. Well fielded by him. That brings you over to an end. 28 without loss. 5 overs completed. A really good start here for the Barbadians after being insulted by the Leeward Islanders.
Yes, and it's something that we've seen throughout the tournament. The run rate is usually good. Haven't seen many teams gone below 3 runs per over in the tournament, and Barbados is carrying on in the same vein. But in the games that I've been a part of, actually, I don't know if you've seen differently in the games that you've commentated on, Martin.
Yes, they have started brilliantly. They have gotten the runs that they needed, but the only issue is that they have lost wickets in the process, and they have not occupied the crease as long as they would like to. But the scoring rate has been very healthy during the tournament. But the only problem is that the occupation of the crease is needed. Well, Barbados would like to be putting that little problem to rest today as they continue. This one is short and Brown is behind that nicely. And just to let you know that Brown, he has scored 104 runs so far in the tournament. Perryman, he has 126, so both batters over 100 runs so far for Barbados. So that tells you that they have had some good partnerships between them so far. They have given Barbados some solid starts, but the thing is that they have not really carried on and scored heavily. as they're doing now. It's now 28 without loss. Longer for this one is short, and Brong is on top of that again. And we see some good height here from the fast bowler. And Brong is on top of that, playing it nicely down to the man who comes in at short, extra cover, who does the fielding. So even contest here so far between these two teams. Barbados coming into this contest with more points in all eras. Have that slight advantage over the Leeward Islanders. This one is pitched up, driven to the man at mid-off really nicely. Brong probably looking to get amongst the runs here. Stacyan, I think he has been disappointed with himself so far in the tournament, not really carrying on. He would like to get some runs here today in these finals.
Yes, indeed, and it's a momentous occasion, so you want to score as much runs as possible and put your team in a winning position. And these two are in the perfect position to do that, being the openers for Barbados.
Langford, just on the off stump, consistency. Love to see that from a fast bowler. Just keeping him in check. Brong is on top of that. Quiet start, but something that was obvious in the few games that I've seen from the Leeward Islanders. That these fast bowlers have picked up 3 to 4 wickets up front. That has been their success rate for this team. This one is outside the off stump, and Brong looking to cut into tucket gloves. The oohs and the ahs goes up.
So far, I'm quite impressed with Landford, the way he's thinking. It appears as if he knows that he hits the deck quite hard. He can bowl that short ball, but every now and again, maybe 2 balls in the over, so he pitches it up just to see if the batter will be induced into playing a drive. And he had Achilles Brong driving at deliveries, but just not producing that edge. So good thinking so far from Landford.
This one is driving and it's hitting the outer portion of the bat. This is running close to the fence. Half stop there by the man. It goes close to the boundary. He picks up 2 more runs. So as you said earlier, he pitched that one up and he went for the drive, hitting the outer portion of the bat, running off to backward point, picks up 2 runs. He moves up to 3. 3 runs to Brong. That brings you over to an end. And the score is now 30 without loss. Barbados, after being inserted, 30 without loss. So a very good start here by the Barbadians after being inserted. Solid start. Perryman, he's not out on 27. And Brong is on 3. So if you're now tuning in to this broadcast, this live stream, it is Barbados versus Leeward Islands here at Arnos playing field. This is the finals of the Cricket West Indies Under-19 tournament. These two teams qualified top of their groups to be here today at Arnos playing field. Playing this game, unfortunately, we were affected by the rain. We had some heavy rains overnight and during the day that we were off. And it affected a couple of portions, a few areas within the 20-yard circle. So we could not have started play today earlier. But we are here now and we have 5 overs bowled so far in this tournament. There's a change in bowling from this end. So Watley takes over from Edwards, left arm seamer. This one is pitched up, driven back past Watley. First delivery comes close to the fence, fielded there by the number 1 Edwards. So Perryman, 2 more runs to him. He goes up to 29. A good start by Perryman here for Barbados, and a really nice shot here to start the bowling off Watley. So Watley has taken over the attack here from Edwards. Just to remind the viewers that the fast bowlers are only allowed to bowl 6 overs. So Watley, this one is outside the off stump, had some pace on it, into the keeper's glove, the wicket keeper who's the captain. There's one slip, a gully.
Leeward Islands, much like Barbados, they don't really allow their fast bowlers to bowl 6 straight. Usually they give them 3 or 4 front and probably hold them back for the defense. So good point from Leeward Islands so far.
Outside the off stump, nice air, left alone by Perryman.
Usually unless the bowler is terrible away, Martin, that's the only reason why they keep him on and probably give him a 6 up front. But usually they switch him around. That's why I see from Barbados, I'm seeing that Leeward Islands has the same tactic as well.
Well, they are utilizing and strategizing, so that's good from the teams. They have to use their bowlers smartly. They have worked out their strategies and they have implemented thus far. This one is cut, is out caught. That man at deep point really is an extra man that they were put in there for what that was put in there for Watley, and Watley taking the first wicket for the Leeward Islanders, and Perryman goes back, caught at extra cover, well, deep backward point for 29. An excellent catch, well bowled by Watley.
Yes, it was short and wide. He went for the shot. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to keep it down. But an exceptional take from the man at point.
Well, the trick has worked. His third delivery, Watley picking up Perryman, and Perryman have a slow walk back to the pavilion, really. And that field was set purposely for Perryman. They had 2 men at backward point and square cover. Don is the new batter. Just to remind you, he's replacing Perryman. He got 110 in his first innings at Cumberland. Don would be replacing Perryman. So Barbados have lost their first wicket here, 32 for 1. An excellent start here for Watley and a fantastic change here for the Leeward Islanders. So the plan and the strategy has worked for the Leeward Islanders. They have picked up their first wicket, Stacey Ann.
Yes, and I think what's even better for them is that they've dismissed the left-handed batter. So now they have 2 right-handers.
So the youngster, the 15-year-old from Barbados, walks into the wicket. He has scored 100 on his first innings at Cumberland. He had 110. So he would like to go further than 110. He has not really scored heavily after that. So he would like to get some runs in this innings, in this finals. He have replaced Perryman. So Perryman was a very quick start for Barbados, but Watley has pulled things back here for the Leeward Islanders, picking up his first wicket. So Don is now at the crease, and Perryman will be bowling his first, Watley will be bowling his first delivery to Don. I was very impressed with this youngster with his first innings at Cumberland. Unfortunately, he have not gone on to score another big score, a big total, but he will be facing his first delivery from Watley. He's playing that one short into his body, well bowled by Watley. So Leewards have gotten what they wanted, Stacey Ann. A wicket.
Yes, key wicket as well, but it brought down to a wicket. He, as you mentioned, has scored 100 in the tournament. So they know that they need to keep picking up wickets to deter this Barbados team from making a big score, because they have a decent amount of batters in their lineup. A very long tail, as you would say.
Yes. It's Watley again. Don solidly forward to the man at mid-off. That brings it over to an end. A successful over here for Watley. Picking up the first wicket of Perryman. Perryman going for that short delivery outside the house. Some perishing to the man at backward point. And Leewards have picked up their first wicket. Their first wicket, a very important wicket here. after insulting the Barbadians. So 32 for 1. Brown is on 3. Don has just joined him. He's yet to score. So Langford will be continuing from the Beckwith end. 3 slips, 1 gully, square cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, and a fine leg. Brown taking strike from Langford. Leeward Islands picking up their first wicket. Barbados 32 for 1. This one is short outside the arse. I'm pushing it to the man at cover, square cover, who runs around and field. Easy single to Brown. Now he goes up now to 4. That brings Dawn on strike. This youngster have scored 100 thus far in the tournament. He scored 110. Cumberland against the Jamaicans. A really good innings by him. It was chanceless. He played patiently. Play each ball on its merit, and he played with some maturity as well. So Don, he will be taking strike from Langford, tall and lanky fast bowler. This one is a lifted delivery. I think it touched somewhere on the wicket keeper. By signal by the umpire, so he wasn't in any danger there, but they went up as if that took the glove. But a lively delivery from Langford to Dawn, short, but a by signal by the umpire. So they move up by 1 more to 34, sorry. Back shot by 1. Racing up there. 34 for 1. Langford. Outside the off stump. Good delivery again outside the off stump to Brown. Brown just leave that one alone outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. So it seems as though that the Leeward Islanders have done their homework. And the first couple of deliveries to Dawn, they were shot into the rib area, Stacey Ann.
Yes, as I mentioned, the young man has been thinking quite well. Usually puts it as hard, goes a short step, but he pitches one up every now and again and see if he can have the back again. And I was a pitch that day as I was talking about it. So really good pitching from the Langford.
Yeah, so some good bowling here by Langford. Seems as though he would be bowling his quota of 6 overs. From the Beckwith end, he has been bowling tight, keeping the batsman in check, really using his height, had some bounce on those deliveries. Nice carry to the wicket keeper. Skipper. As we continue here at Arnos, lovely sunshine. This one is short again, and Brown is on top of that one, just playing it back nicely. So I mentioned earlier, Stacey, and that I think what would make the difference in this game is how well the teams occupy the crease. I think Leeward Islands have a good bowling attack. The Bajans have a strong batting lineup, the good all-round team. So they need to put some runs on the board. So on a short lifting outside, you have stump into the keeper's glove. That brings you over to an end. The score remains on 34 for 1. 34 for 1. Brown is on 4. And Dawn yet to score. Another impressive over here by the youngster. So I was giving you the point standings before this game, just to let you know how well the teams did during the tournament. Barbados led the way with 45.4, Leewards 31.6, Jamaica 26, Guyana 24.8, and the Windward Islands 15.6, and Trinidad 13.4. And just to let you know as well, just after this delivery, This one is turned nicely by Brown to square leg, just on the legs. Well played by him. Picks up another 2 runs. That takes him to 6. And that moves the score now to 36. 36 for 1. So Don is off the mark. Don is off the mark, yes. Similarly built, right-handers. It's Watley with the ball in his hand. And Don is punching nicely off the front foot to the man at short extra cover, just to remind you again of the field. 2 slips, a gully, square cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. 36 for 1. Brown on 4. Don, I've just gotten off the mark. He's on 2. And it's Watley. Solid. In defense is Don. I was saying earlier, just to let you know how the point standing went, Trinidad and Tobago. So just to let you know, there are some other games being played here. In this tournament. Jamaica, they're playing Guyana. In Cumberland, and Windies versus Trinidad at Park Hill. We would give you those scores in a while to let you know what's happening there. Don again, just on the front foot and punching it nicely to the man at short extra cover. So Watley having a very positive start here for the Leeward Islanders. Picking up his first wicket in his first over. That of Perryman as he continues here. Don is just easing the bottom hand off of the bat, not too comfortable with that delivery, short of a length really, and he just eases his hand off of that one to the man at short extra cover. So it seems as though they have really done their homework for Don and they're not carrying the ball too far up to the bat to Don.
Yeah, what I'm seeing from what we surprised, he seems to be mixing up his pace as well. He's bowling some slower deliveries in between. He's not a very quick bowler, but he is running and varying his pace right over. So that seems to be very tricky for his team right now.
This one is short, and the communication again between these two players left much to be desired. That brings another Watley over to an end. 36 for 1. 36 for 1 Barbados have been inserted here. And to remind the viewers that this is West Indies Under-19 tournament being played here in St. Vincent and Grenadines. This is the finals between Barbados and Leeward Islands. These two teams coming out on top of their groups and guaranteed their position here in the finals. So the winner of this game have the bragging rights, going back to their country and say that they are champions for the West Indies Under-19 team tournament here held in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The last tournament was held here as well, as Langdeford continued to bowl for the Leeward Islands. He has had a good spell so far, still looking for his first wicket. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off. He's bowling to Brown. Outside the off stump. Good carry to the wicket keeper. Good decent line by him as well. He has been very consistently bowling that line outside the off stump, Stacey.
Something we've been talking about throughout this tournament, consistency and patience, and here we see Langdeford displaying both of those qualities quite well so far. He hasn't deviated much from his bowling plan since he started, and it's proven to be quite successful because the batters haven't really gotten after him since he started. So good stuff from Langdeford.
This one is outside the awesome man. Beat now again is Brown into the keeper's glove. Nice, wonderful delivery by him. We call that a Jaffa. A beautiful delivery there by Langerford. Just hitting the right length and Brown join him forward, play and miss into the keeper's glove. The oohs and the ahs went up. But unfortunately, short delivery again into the body of Brown. That one didn't hit the edge. So some really good bowling here by Langerford so far. Keeping the batters in check. Keeping the scoring rate in check as well. There have not been much runs scored off his bowling, so he's bowling a pretty tight line as well.
Yeah, and the short pitch deliveries there to the batter's body. So not much room for them to drive on cut. So exceptional from Langerford so far.
This one is beaten again outside the house stump. Well, I tell you, this is some very good bowling here by the youngster. Going up past the bat of Brown on several occasions. He's now been called to the middle to have a word with Don.
Yeah, good to see from the young batters in the middle as well. Just getting the bottom to that frame of mind. It's either you move your feet across or you making his foot across or making showing him his foot. He's probably telling him, just get your foot across if you're going for a shot. Maybe it would be best for you to leave it alone. But Langerford is bowling an exceptional line so far.
Another delivery play by Brown. So just to let you know, Langerford before this game, he had 5 wickets in his game so far. 5 wickets he had taken so far in this tournament. Brown not ready as Langerford as the umpire signals a dead ball. Barbados 36 for 1. Brown is on 4. He's been there from the start. Pretty slow start for him. He has been joined by Don, who has scored 100 so far in this tournament. Hasn't kicked on really. This one is a delivery right up to the crease, right in the crease, and he just dug it out. And that's the end of the first hour of play, Stacey, and a very good first hour between these two teams so far. Good fast bowling, some good batting, and even first hour between these two teams. Well, the winner of this game would be crowned champions, but they are having some refreshments, and as they're having their refreshments, we will take a break here at Arnesville, and we'll return to you in a little bit to bring you more coverage from Arnesville between Leeward Islands and Barbados in the finals of the West Indies Rising Star Under-19 tournament. We'll be right back. Right, we are back here at Arnosville playing field where this interesting and intriguing game between the between the Leeward Islands and Barbados, the finals. We'll be continuing here. Just to remind you that the toss was spun and the Leeward Islanders won the toss and inserted the Barbadians. They are now 36 for 1. 36 for 1. They lost that wicket of Perryman. He got 29. Rushed up for 29. Very well played 29, but the issue of carrying on has been a problem for these youngsters. They have gotten to their scores and really not been carrying on in the tournament. Watley continues. Outside the off stump, good delivery again. Just on the off stump. That is where the coaches would love to see him bowl all day. Down that corridor. So this is a good contest between these two teams, between bat and ball. Leeward Islands, they have at least 2 to 3 fast bowlers, 3 to 4 bowlers in the top 10 bowlers in this tournament. And the Barbadians, Swan just bringing Dawn forward. He drives that one up to the man at short extra cover. So just to let you know, the Barbadians have a few fast bowlers, a few bowlers in the top 10 bowlers as well. They have Johan Lane. He has 10 wickets. Nathan Seeley. He has 8 wickets. Short delivery. Pulled to the man at short square leg. Well fielded by him. No run resulting from that, but some excellent feeling there by the youngster at square leg. It was pulled with some power by Dawn, but straight to the fielder. Excellent feeling. Score remains on 36 for 1. Dawn is on 2, and Brown, is on 4. This one is just on the off stump and he leans forward, pushing it to the man at short, mid-off. So some good steady bowling here by Watley for the Leeward Islanders after being introduced, picking up his first wicket in his third delivery. He has continued to be consistently bowling tight to these batters, asking questions of them.
Yeah, and I was just about to say it's good to see from him. He just needs to be constant in that area that he's bowling if he's to cause any problems, because he's not as quick as Landerford or even Edward. So the channel that he's operating in right now is excellent to his chances of being successful.
Yes, and just to continue with that list, we have Drayden Roberts. He's also from Barbados. He's in the top 10. He has picked up 7 scalp in this tournament so far. So we have the 2 spinners from the Leeward Islands, 3 and the number 2 and 3. They have 14 and 12 wickets. Good batting by Dawn. Good single. Score moves up by 1 more to 37 for 1 Barbados. That brings Watley's over to an end. So not a bad over again, a steady over here by Watley again, keeping the batters in check. But Dawn is equal to the task. He's getting into his own. Good contest between ball and bat here. Yes, and inside of the most runs, we have Joshua Dawn. He's at the crease. He has 177 runs. And Hakeem Perryman, who have just lost his wicket for 29. He has 126 runs. He have added 29 to that. He's also in the top 10 batters so far in the tournament, but he has perished to the bowling of Watley. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. So Landerford continues to bowl from the southern end. He has bowled a pretty tight line, decent, kept things tight, kept the pressure on the batters, asked the questions. He have gone past the edge of Brong on several occasions. The oohs and the ahs went up. There's 2 slips, a gully, backward point, square cover, short extra cover, mid off. On the leg stump, nicely played to the man at fine leg. That's Edwards. So that's Watley, sorry. Picks up and throw, good strong throw, back into the wicket keeper. So Brown. Comes into strike.
We see there's a field change. They've employed a man at the square leg position. It's the first delivery I've seen from Landerford that's been a bit too straight and strain on the legs of the batter.
Short delivery, and he's on top of that.
See right away they've decided to put someone in the square leg position.
Well, he's probably looking to change his line just to bowl a little straighter. He's been operating just outside the off stump since the beginning of this game. So he has a new batter. And with the advent of technology, these youngsters have probably looked at a couple of games and decided as to the areas they want to bowl. This one is outside the off stump, beaten there for pace. Also, a good line and length into the keeper's glove that have been done by Langerford for a couple of times now here in this innings. Just unfortunate not hitting the edge.
Yeah, he has beaten him there countless time since the beginning of this game, Martin. Unfortunately, no edge. He must be thinking to himself, what do I have to do to get an edge?
That reminds you of Courtney Ambrose. See, this one is short and he pulls that one into the square leg area. Not fully in control of that, but he picks up another single. So a good short delivery there by Langerford. Testing him. But he was equal to the task really, getting it to square leg and mid wicket, picking up a single. He moves up now to 5.
Yeah, that wasn't timed properly. Almost playing into the hands of the man at square leg. They just put that man in there and the ball just narrowly missed him on that occasion. So maybe a plan there didn't quite come together for Leeward Islands, but just nearly.
Another delivery. Dawn looking to play straight, hitting the outer portion of the bat, trickling out to the man at short extra cover. Another good delivery by the youngster. Another dot delivery there by Langerford. So some good bowling here by the young fast bowler from the Leeward Islands. I think that has brought his spell to an end. Has he completed 6 overs? Yeah, that has brought his spell to an end. He has bowled 6 overs. I'll give you his figures in a bit. But he has bowled 6 very good overs so far. Very impressive overs. He has bowled tight. From my memory, I don't think he has been struck for any boundaries or so. So 6 overs. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 6 runs, no wicket. So some excellent bowling here by Langerford.
Yeah.
6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket, 6 runs.
Yeah, marvelous spell of fast bowling from the young man. He really deserved the wicket, unfortunately. Balls were just too good. Couldn't quite find the edge of any of the batters. Quite excellent stuff from Landerford. He bowled in perfect areas that would trouble the batters. Unfortunately, not picking up a wicket.
Yes, good bowling by him. Really lovely start to the innings as Watley, the successful bowler, continues. Brown is behind of this one. just on the line of the off stump. They have been bowling consistently. That is something that we have not seen in the tournament from the fast bowlers. And I have to compliment them on doing so. The Leeward Islanders, the fast bowlers have done excellently well. Excellent. One slip, a gully, square cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, mid-on, square leg. This one is outside the off stump. Quick single, look at some trouble here, but not a good throw to the wicket keeper. This camper another single. Moves up now to 40. So 40 for one Barbados after being insulted here against the Leeward Islanders. In this, the finals of the West Indies under-19 Rising Star Tournament here at Arnos playing field. Solid start here for the Barbadians. But I think it's an even competition, an even match-up here between bat and ball so far. Watley with a short delivery into the rib area of Don. Just tucking it out to the man at square leg. Doesn't seem too comfortable with that short delivery into the rib area.
Yeah, it's something I was looking at. Watley is not expressed by any means in terms of pace, but the two short pitch deliveries, I've seen him bowl to Don. I've seen him fending off uncomfortably. Might do well with putting a man at short leg just to see, or maybe ask Edward to come back and maybe really test him out with some short stuff.
I do agree with you there, Stacey Ann. This one is left outside the off stump into the wicket keeper.
But I guess it all comes down to the direction in which a short ball is bowled, because all of these batters I've seen so far, they pull quite well. They anything short, they're unforgiving to anything short, and they put it away quite well. So I guess it's the direction in which you bowl the short pitch deliveries, and Watley is hitting the area quite well.
Yes, and what we have seen is that when the ball is short, it's been hit over the ropes for 6. This one again, just playing it to the man at short mid-wicket. Watley have been successful thus far. He has bowled that length between just middle and off into the body to Don. He had bowled a couple of short delivery within the rib cage area he has not looked too comfortable with. As you said, Watley is not express pace by any means, but he has caused Don some sort of trouble when he bowled into that area.
Yeah, I like the little battle. At the end of the over, the score is 40 after 13 overs. But I like the little battle that Watley has on with these batters. A true test of patience. Patience from the bowler and patience from the batter. He's quite content with just running in and hitting that line and length. And we see Don and Achilles Brown, they're up for the task as well. They're going to play the patience game. And that is something you need in this format. You need to be patient and you need to assess for longer periods of time when you're playing the longer format. So good to see from both teams so far.
Well, we have seen a change. You have Langerford has completed his 6 overs allotted to him. He will not be able to bowl until another hour have been completed. That is probably tomorrow. You would see him again. But his partner Edwards, who bowled 3 overs, he would now continue. He would now take up the attack from the Beckway end. He bowled 3 overs up front. He now comes back into the attack. And he'll be bowling to Brown, who have been there since the start. There's one slip, a gully, square cover, short extra cover. Brown would be taking strike as Edwards is bowling around the wicket. Change of angle as well. 40 for 1 Barbados. And he's punching that to the man. Quick single taken. Good calling by these two. So some good running there and some good feeling, some good all-round cricket being played here by these two teams. And an evenly matched game so far between these two teams, between bat and ball it has been very good to see. And I would mention it again. I think the team that really bats well in this game would be victorious. This one is a short lifting delivery.
Some sharp bunks there from Edward. And that's why I was saying, probably bring Edward back and test out Don with the short stuff. So he's doing just that.
Well, as you suggested earlier, I would have been, if I'm going to bowl short to Don, I would have been bringing in a short leg just to see what happens. He's not looking too comfortable with those short deliveries on the body. He's been flinching somewhat. This one is played, not fielded properly by the man in the gully, by Don, but well played by him. He picks up 2 more runs. He's looking for a third. Set back by his partner. And 2 more runs to the scoreboard. 2 more runs to Don. 2 more runs to Barbados. 43. 43 for 1. Solid start here by the Barbadians. And also a good start by the Leeward Islanders. Picking up an early wicket. But they will be looking to get into the Barbados batting. They have a long batting. There's the likes of Roberts, who's batting at number 8 or so. Don just playing it to the man a short extra cover as the umpire signals that that's the third delivery.
Yeah, I agree with you, Martin. I mean, I would definitely put a short fielder under the helmet, a short leg. Sometimes field placement is not just about creating chances. It's also about letting the batter do something different. And with no one around the bat, Don can easily get on his toes and play it down. But if you had someone there, it will make him second guess playing that shot.
This one is hands is in the air. Edwards saying, if you missed that delivery, I would have a good shout, looking to get the LBW. Don, he comes into the wicket and he plays the ball from mid-wicket, from the mid-stump to the man at mid-wicket. Edwards' left arm around the wicket. As you said before, Stacey, and I would have been putting at somebody's shot there to see what sort of pressure could be exerted on the batter. This one is played to the man at mid-wicket. That brings it over to an end. 43 for 1. Over number 14 completed. So some good cricket here between these 2 teams so far. This is the finals, and we expected that from both teams. But the Barbadian team has a long batting. The Leeward Islanders need to get some early wickets here to put them under any pressure also. But if these batters get in, they would score heavily against these bowlers.
Yes, and the thing that I've assessed about the Barbados team is the deeper the top order bats is the better for the middle to lower order. They come in with the freedom to hit the ball wrong and score runs freely, because they don't have to come in and play that sort of holding role. When they come in, the longer these top order bat, when the middle order and lower comes in, they come in just to hit the ball, Martin. That's really what they'll come in to do. And we know that they have the power to do just that.
Watley's pitching that one up. Not really clean by the man at square cover. They pick up another single. So there's a few bubbles in the field here from the Leeward Islanders. And the skipper comes down to have a chat with Watley. And I do agree with you there, Stacey, and that the Barbadians, they bat deep. I've seen them play cricket, And once these batters at the top order gets in, then the lower order comes and play freely. The skipper, Roberts, and those others, dangerous batters. Seems like another slow delivery by bowled by Watley, just holding back somewhat. Driven up to the man at mid-off.
Yes, I like the way the captain came all the way down to have a word with him. Not that he was bowling badly, but maybe just to encourage him, or maybe something that he picked up from being behind the stump. And these sorts of communication, it's quite underrated in cricket, but it's very important, communication between the bowler and captain, senior bowlers as well. So good to see from young Tuckett.
Well, this one is punched through covers. He gets one. Good looking shot there. Picks up a second run. So Don, nice shot by him, punching it through covers. Just a little adjustment in the field. That man a short extra cover came in a little bit and he punched it in the gap and picked up another 2 runs. Good shot by Don.
Yeah, well played by Don. And what was good about it also is that he waited on it perfectly and made sure that he found the gap on that occasion. He didn't get a boundary for it, but he made sure that he got runs for it. So good cricket from Don.
Shot into the body is Watley. Don just looking to close the face, but plays it back to the Watley who does the feeling. Umpire is looking at the ball, looking at what is happening. But 14 overs have been completed in this contest between these two teams who have played themselves into the finals, the Leeward Islands and Barbados. Barbados coming into this game with, based on the averages, based on run score and wickets taken, ahead of the Leeward Islands team. In all eras, another dot delivery. And I think that the Leeward Islands team just needs to get their batting sorted, but they have won the toss and elected to bowl. That's their strength. They're looking to get some early wickets against the Barbadians, but they have batted stoutly here at Arnos. They are 45 for 1. They have lost 1 wicket in the process. That of Perryman, he got 29. But Brown and Don, they are doing battle here at Arnos for the Barbadians. This one is on the leg stump, a stifled appeal. I've not seen much deliveries down the leg side. That's his one, but that brings you over to an end. So another good over there by Watley. 15 overs bowled, 45 runs, 1 wicket. So just being corrected there by my scorers. Scoreboard is 1 run short. So it's 46 for 1.
As the Leeward Islands team, they have a wealth of experience in their team. They have 3 players that have played for the West Indies team. The keeper and captain himself, Carlin Bowen Tuckett, Onaje Emery, who's off in the slip with him, and Nathan Edward, who has the ball in hand. They've all played for West Indies team, so definitely a lot of experience from the Leeward Islands.
So it's Edwards with the second over in his second spell. This one is a quick delivery on the off stump, looking to squeeze through that defense of Brown there, but well played by him. Another good delivery there by Brown, by Edwards. So some good cricket between these two teams, a very good contest. See the big figure of Armory, the number 9 for the Leeward Islands. He has been amongst the wickets, just waiting for his chance to get that ball. This one is outside here, some beaten again. A good delivery there by Edwards, and Brown plays and miss again.
Yeah, exceptional delivery from Edward, and that's what he's been searching for, that sort of delivery, moving away from the right-handed batter. All he needs now is a nick, and he'll be in business.
Well, he lives to fight another day. Good delivery by Edwards coming back. He's bowling around the wicket. Rather defensive field. 1 slip. This one is down the leg side. There's a loud appeal. A confident appeal. But not how says the umpire. Hands on heads. A very confident appeal there by the Leeward Islanders, but the umpire is in the best position. He says not out. Players continue, but a very confident appeal there by the Leeward Islanders to that delivery.
An exceptional take grab from Carl Bowen took it down the leg side. It was headed down the leg. It seemed to have picked up some pace going down the leg side, but the umpire said not out.
Well, he's probably signaling if there's a replay. But there isn't any in this tournament, so we have to try again as Edwards continues. This one is played to the man at point who does the feeling. So a good over here being bowled by Edwards so far. 3 deliveries, beating the bat outside the off stump. A loud appeal, a confident appeal down the leg side. Not out, says the umpire, and another delivery rushing on to Brown here and just squeezing it out to the man at square cover. So 3 good deliveries here by Edwards so far in this over, putting the pressure on Brown. 46 for 1. Edwards with the ball in the hand, bowling around the wicket. Yes, he's calling for all his singles. This is like trouble here, it hits. Loud appeal again, but Brown made it home safely. Not out, says the umpire. A very cheeky single there, but he made it home safely.
Yes, good running in the end between Dawn and Brown. Maybe if the fielder had thrown to this end, may have been interesting as well. Unfortunately, or fortunately for Barbados, Achilles Brown made it home. Definitely don't want a run out happening at this point in time. We're almost close to T. These two should be looking to take it up to T and shouldn't be looking to lose any more wickets.
Edwards, this one is driven firmly by Don. He's getting into his work.
Edward actions remind me a lot of Trent Bolt. He too is a left arm pacer from New Zealand, and the way he runs in and his action as well reminds me quite a lot of Trent Bolt's action.
Yes, a bustling run into the wicket as well, and hits a very good length, consistent. So you have seen 3 bowlers so far from the Leeward Islanders. You have Brown, who's bowling his second spell, both 3 overs in his first spell. Sorry, Edwards and Langerford. He bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 6 runs. He didn't pick up a wicket, but some very good bowling. And Watley, who continues to bowl here, he has picked up the lone wicket so far. It's 47 for 1. 47 for 1 from the scoreboard. 16 overs have been bowled. So a good contest between these 2 teams. This is the finals. Rising Stars West Indies under-19 tournament. National Lottery sponsors as well. This one is driven back to him. Not fielded cleanly. So 47 for 1 coming into this game. Stacey and the Barbadians are ahead of the Leeward Islanders in runs and wickets. The averages looked to put the Barbadians as favorite in this game. But the only thing really missing from the Leeward Islands game is getting their batting together in this game. But the bowling has been doing extremely well. So they won the toss and elected to bowl, rightly so. Watley pushing him back. So some good bowling here, some good batting. This hour plus have been very interesting. You see the bowling on target, not a much loose deliveries. The batters have been looking to get away, but some good bowling.
Going back to what you said about the Leeward Islands and they're getting their batting together. I haven't seen them bat in the tournament. I know they did well enough to win that game against Guyana with the ball. Yeah, I'll continue after this. Yes, I haven't been able to see them bat, but I must say a lot of the teams in the tournament have gone from strength to strength in different facets of the game. You see Guyana, they were bowled out by Leewards for a very low score. And they came against Jamaica, and they seemed like they got things together, and they were on the way to putting on quite a massive total on the board. Unfortunately, the rain curtailed their charge. So just be interesting to see if Leewards have made progress with the bat in this final.
This one is outside the off stump and he's out caught, is he? Mm-hmm. That dreaded finger goes up. Out caught behind. He has been doing that from the beginning of the innings, and he has fell victim to that shot. He's out caught. Second wicket goes, Stacey, and good persistency, good catch behind the wicket, good wicket for the Leeward Islanders.
Yes, and Watley, one of the names we didn't mention in terms of wickets coming into this match, seemed to be the destroyer so far. He's picked up his second wicket, and Achilles Brown has been kind of flirting with danger, just been flirting outside the off stump to balls that he should really be looking to leave alone. On this occasion, he edged that. Good take by Onaji Amory in the first slip, and the score moves up to, well, it's 47 for 2. Let's see, Nima Bolden, the captain, is making his way out for Team Barbados. So we see another wicket falling just on the stroke of a break. Something that we've spoken about throughout the tournament. Talk about the game awareness and the game situation. We hope that the batters will learn from that. But unfortunately, we see Achilles Brown just playing to one that he really should have been looking to leave alone. And a good catch by Amory in the first slip. So Nima Bolden has made his way to the crease, and he's about to take strike to Watley, who has picked up 2 wickets and doing well for his team, Leeward Islands, so far.
So success for the Leeward Islands team. Watley picking up 2 scalps so far, 47 for 2, 47 for 2, 16 overs bowled. Brown caught behind, and Watley is doing an exceptional job here for the Leeward Islanders as they continue to peg away at the Barbadian batters. This one is pitched up. Skipper has just come into the crease. Skipper for the Barbadian team. Bolden has joined Dawn, sorry. Skipper, 47 for 2, 16 overs bowled. Watley, 2 wickets so far as he continues. Outside the off stump, Bolden leaving that one as he gets his blood flowing. That brings you over to a successful over here by Watley. Well bowled, 2 scalps, job well done so far.
Yes, indeed. So both of these batters now, they have to look to take this session by session, and we're about to head to a tea break at 4:05. So the first task should be getting to the tea without losing another wicket, because that would put Leeward Islands in a very good position.
So unfortunately, Watley has bowled his quota of overs, 6 overs so far. So he will not be able to touch the ball for next hour. Stacey, how devastating this could be for the Leeward Islands. 2 scalps, bowling well, but he can't bowl again. What can he do? Just the rules of the game. So Edwards continues for the Leeward Islanders. This one is on the body of Dawn, who turns it to the man at mid-wicket.
So he's bowled a pretty good spell for his team. So far he picked up those 2 wickets, but the Leeward Islands, they also have Micah McKenzie and Onaje Amory. Both of them, Onaje with 14 wickets, as well as and Micah McKenzie with 12 to his name. So they do have wicket takers to come.
Well, the main wicket takers are the spinners for the Leeward Islanders. Not a dot delivery, but the fast bowlers have been doing pretty well here in this game, the finals. We had Langford. He bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 6 runs. He picked up no wicket. He didn't get a wicket. Edwards continued to bowl. I think he's in his 6th over. He has bowled well. And Watley, he has bowled 6 overs. Six overs.
Well stopped on that occasion from Bowen Tuckett. He's looked quite decent with the gloves.
So just giving you the bowling figures for Watley. 6 overs. 9 runs. 2 wickets. So some exceptional bowling here by the youngster for the Leeward Islanders. 1 hour plus gone. T is around the corner. Edwards. Well played by Down. Looking comfortable. Good behind the pace. So a good start here. 47 for 2. Even Stevens. 2 wickets are falling for the Barbadians. This is what the Leeward Islands would love to have. They continue to bowl tightly. Once they be patient, pick up the wickets. But the Barbadians will be looking to defy them here, bat as long as possible, put a very good score on the board, and give themselves a good opportunity of winning this game. This one is short. Don is pressing that nicely to the man at extra cover. So they have walked out their plan, and it has worked nicely for them.
Yes, and it's also familiar territory for Joshua Don. If we go back to that first 100 that he scored against Jamaica, he came in when they had about 10 overs remaining in the day, and he battled it out with Hakeem Perryman. It was quite tough conditions.
This one is flicked off his pads. It's getting close to the rope. It's getting close to the rope. He hits the rope now. So he leaned into that one and whipped it off his pad into the fence. 4 runs to Down. A bad delivery by Edwards that we have not seen from him very much. But he strayed on the legs, and that one was played nicely by Down into the fence for a good shot.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting to about Don. He's a very patient character. He will stay and he will play every good delivery as much as he can. And when there's a bad ball, he'll put it away. It's like that delivery was a bit too straight and strained. It was strained on the pads, and it was easily put away by Don on that occasion. So it's quite familiar territory for him. If you go back to the innings he played in Cumberland against Jamaica, it would do well for him to remember that and just stay out there with his captain as long as possible and take his team to a good 4 innings total.
Well, we see the introduction of spin for the first time. Armory, the number 9, will be bowling from our end, the commentators end. And just to let you know that Barbados have brought up their 50. It's 51 for 2. 18 overs bowled. So we have had some very good cricket from both teams. They have lost 2 wickets in the process. But Armory, first delivery. This one is playing a sweep shot, is the skipper. Making connection, calling for 2. Would it be any trouble? Good running. Waiting for a signal from the umpire. There's none. So 2 runs. 2 runs for the skipper. He's off the mark. So skipper bowling, and Don would have some repairing to do here. Even game so far. He's off the mark with 2. 53 for 2. Armory is on the attack. Number 9, big fella, well built. This one is bringing him forward. There's a slip. Matter of fact, 2 slips. Square cover, short extra cover, long off. Short mid wicket, long on, mid on, and a deep square leg. Armory around the wicket, he's bowling to Bolden. Flighted delivery played back to him. So this would be a test here for Bolden, just about 2 or 3 minutes or so before tea. Army with the first over of spin for the day. This one is flighted nicely and driven up to mid-off. Takes another single. He's up to 3. Score moves up to 53. 53 for 2 Barbados after being sent in here by Leeward Islands. Good even contest. It's good to see this is the finals. There's 3 men around the bat. 3 men around the bat. There's a backward, sorry, a cover, short extra cover mid-off. Mid-wicket, deep square leg, and the mid-on. Off spinner. Flight in, hitting the inner portion of the bat. The hands goes up, chickled out to the man at deep square leg. That one could have been troublesome here for him, but he survives, picks up another single. 54 for 1. A good over there so far by Armory. This one brings him forward, is bowled in. Ball back to the bowler. That brings you over to end. So the first over of spin have been completed by Armory. I think we have another over to be bowled before T. Stacey, but a good start by him for the Leeward Islanders.
Yes, he's very tall, and we saw that Don coming forward. That's an inside edge that passed the man at short leg. It's something I was wondering. I wonder how many wickets he's picked up. Getting a wicket, getting somebody caught at short leg, because he's quite tall, so he will use his height quite well. And if there's any bunks in the wicket, you will expect him to get bunks as well, and that might be the undoing of batters. So I was just wondering, Martin, when you were in Park Hill looking at them, how often did he struck in that manner at Park Hill?
Well, he slowed up a delivery in Park Hill, it bounced and turned. I think he got about 2 wickets just about in the air of short leg and slip. The others were basically bowl and caught, short extra cover, and those persons who went for the lofty drive.
Yeah, because of his height, you have to be quite watchful with how you come forward to him, because you just might get a delivery bouncing uncomfortably and being taken in the slipper by someone around the bat. Oh, edged. Just missing the keeper, and that's 4 runs. Fortuitous boundary from Joshua Don. Just missing Bowen Tuckett, diving, outstretched arms.
Well, some luck going Don's way there. And good delivery by Edwards again, hitting the outer portion of the bat and sliding between the wicketkeeper and the first slip into the fence for 4. 4 more runs to Barbados. 4 runs to Don. The score moves up now to 58 for 2. 58 for 2, 19 overs completed. This is the finals of the West Indies Under-19 Rising Star Tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It has been thrilling so far. Even competition, even contest thus far. Umpire walks away. Edwards is ready, but the umpire is not. So Don is on strike. He's on 19. Plays with a dead bat. So 58 for 2. Barbados. This one is played back to the fast bowler, Edwards. So just being reminded there, just been corrected by my scorer. Scoreboard is 1 behind. It's 59 for 2. Edwards. This one is played solidly by Don. So some good, intriguing cricket here being played by these two teams, winning their zones, putting themselves into these finals as we edge closer to tea. This one is short and he's pulling. Would he be out? No, he's dropped it. No, good feeling there by the man. So some excellent feeling there. Still waiting on the signal from the umpire. Wondering if he stepped over the boundaries or so. But some excellent feeling there by the number 8. That is Whitley.
Watley, yeah. Yeah, good thinking from Edward. Just deciding to bowl that sharp ball the last over before tea. Watley seemed to be in business there. However, it travelled well above his head and he did well enough to take the catch. However, he just went over the rope and had the awareness to throw it back in. So brilliant stuff here from Leeward Islands and Barbados as well for this final. Good going so far. Quite an even contest we have here.
Well, some drama for the last delivery just before tea. Some good feeling by Watley. And Don could have been walking back to the pavilion, but some excellent feeling as well. Just throwing it back onto the field. So some good cricket here. 60 for 2. 60 for 2 Barbados after being insulted here by Leeward Islands. We have Don. He's not out on 18. And the skipper, Bolden, has just joined him. He's not out on 3. So here at Arnos, it is tea time, 4:05. Just reminding you that we will be playing up to 6 p.m. We return at 4:25, where we continue play here at Arnos. And to just remind you, the viewers, that Leeward Islands won the toss and insulted the Barbadians. They are now 60 for 2. We had Perryman. He was caught brilliantly for 29. And Brown, the second wicket for Barbados, caught behind Bowl Watley. Watley picking up 2 wickets. He had 2 for 9 from his 6 overs. We would return to here at Arnos, where we continue coverage of the West Indies under-19 Rising Star finals between Barbados and Leeward Islands in a few minutes after tea. We'll be back here shortly at about 4:25 p.m. Well, welcome back to Arnesville Playing Field, where we continue coverage here of this the finals of the West Indies Under-19 tournament. It's been dubbed Rising Stars. Barbados versus Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands winning the toss and insulting the Barbadians. They have now moved up to 60 for 2. We have just gone through the tea break. We had some refreshments. At the crease is Don. He's on 18. And skipper Bolden has joined him. He's on 3. The ball is in the hands of Armory, one of the leading wicket takers in this tournament. He has led the way for the Leeward Islands with Mackenzie, both spinners. He be bowling to Don. There's a loud appeal. Beaten outside the off stump. And just to remind you, Stacey, that something that has consistently happened during this tournament is a wicket falls after a break or just before a break. It has not happened here in this game thus far.
Yes, it has.
It has?
Achilles Brown.
Okay.
About 10 minutes or so before the break, he fell at 3:53 to be exact, actually. I was looking at my watch when his wicket fell.
This one is just turned to the man at mid-wicket just to say the feel that is a slip. A man at short leg, short mid-wicket, leg slip. Those are the persons catching, so the attacking fielders, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, cover, and there's a deep square leg. Army with the number 9, well-built fella, tall, stature. This one is a fast delivery flatter. And Don is equal to the task. 60 for 2. Don has played very well so far for his 18. Had a few edges that went through the slips. Had a near miss there by the man who did some excellent fielding just before tea. But he's still there, battling here for Barbados. This one is flighted. So the first over have been completed here. After tea, it's 60 for 2. That's a maiden over. 60 for 2 here between these two teams. Even competition so far, Stacey.
Yeah, it's quite a tantalizing contest between these two teams so far. 60 for 2 on the board. Nothing between them, really. Yes, 2 wickets have fallen for Barbados. However, they're scoring at a pretty healthy run rate, and we have seen some good shots played, and also highlighted. The innings so far has been highlighted for me by the way Joshua Don is exhibiting patience, and that's something that you really need in this format of the game.
Well, he exhibited that sort of patience at Cumberland, and he got himself 110. He's looking like the Joshua Don that we have seen down there. Patient, hits the bad ball. But Edwards, who has the ball in his hand, he bowled his first spell with 3. He has come back and he's allowed now to bowl his full 6 overs. He has bowled 7 overs so far in this game. He continues from the backway end. He'll be bowling to skipper Bolden. This one is pitched up. Fielded again nicely by the man at short extra cover. So the Leeward Islanders are playing a very patient game here as well, Stacey, and they have just bowled to their lines, played patiently and wait for the batter to make the mistake. That has worked for them thus far. Claiming 2 wickets. Excellent bowling by Watley. This one is coming back to bowling. Is equal to the task. That one just came back from the angle station, coming into bowling. So I've not seen much of that from him, but a good delivery from him.
And that's the sort of cricket you want to see from youngsters who might be looking to have a career in the West Indies senior team. Just playing that patient game a bit longer.
Bowling drives. Doesn't beat the man at short extra cover. Just to let you know that this is a 3-day contest between these two teams. This is day number 1. We have just gone past 4 o'clock. The tea break was just taken. We had some interruption early this morning. Some overnight rain and some rain prior to that. Had some This is a catch. Just falling short of the man at short mid-wicket there. So Bolden living a little bit dangerously. Stacey, and I think that that was a brilliant effort by the man at short mid-wicket, the number 5. Could have been a spectacular catch.
Yeah, good effort from Joel Andrew there at that short mid-wicket area. But uncertainty from Bolden whether to just lift it over his head or just play it along the ground. You might be better off playing it along the ground.
It was just on that length, pushing Bolden back. So it's a good start here by the Leeward Islanders. Stuckett just rests his hand on his bowler, encouraging him, giving him some advice. 60 for 2. They have not scored a run so far. After tea, the sun continues to shine here at Arnos Vale as we see the shadows lengthens. Clearly, Beckway is in the background. The birds are flying overhead, looking for cover for later on, shelter. This one again. Shy at this non-strikers end. That is the end of over number 2 after tea. 2 maiden overs been bowled here by the Leeward Islanders, keeping things tight, keeping things in check, really. And they have not let the Barbadians go here. They have bowled tightly and kept things in check so far from the beginning of this game, Stacey.
Yes, indeed so. And as I said before, it's also good to see the Barbados team exhibiting patience, not going for shots where there aren't any to play. We saw Achilles Brown just falling for a shot that he could have well left alone. And then basically it was a trap because that's the way Leewards has been bowling to him, just bowling full outside the off stump to him. And he went after that shot, caught in the slip by Amory. So it's good to see Don and Bolden. And Bolden, we know him to be an aggressive batter, and he has some innovation in his shots as well. Might see some of those the longer he bats. So it's good to see both of these batters just sticking it out and looking to rebuild for their team.
I'll just reminding you of the game that Barbados played their first game against Jamaica. They got 386 for 7. Donny had 110. Jamaica under 19, they got 138. Another dot delivery being bowled here. Nathan Seeley in that game, he picked up 5 for 36. So some tight bowling here by the Leeward Islanders, keeping things in check. Good aggressive field placing. This one is looking to turn it on the onside, but the oohs and the ahs goes up. Just looking to play a little bit too early there, Stacey, and could have gotten himself in some trouble there. flighty delivery there. Don just coming on his front foot and turning it to the man at mid-on. So some testing bowling here, teasing as well. This one is flighted and he's bowled. He is bowled. Armory goes through the defense of Don. 60 for 2, so some good tight bowling here by the Leeward Islanders. And Armory has picked up his first wicket, the big wicket of Don. True bat and pad, hitting the off stump and it goes back. The bail is missing. 3 wickets down. Barbados 60 for 3.
Yeah, just a lack of intent in his defense at that moment. Joshua Dawn just allowing that ball to break through his defenses. It's a typical off-spinner's delivery, coming back into a right-hander. And at this, he caught him basically just not defending with enough intent. That's what I'll say, Martin.
Well, a big scalp, big wicket, big bowler. So, a man who have scored 100 in this tournament, and the guy who has the most wicket for the Leeward Islands, half strike. So a good contest between those two. But Armory coming away victorious, getting the wicket of Dawn. Bowl for 18. So 18. So bowling is still at the crease. That brings the number 19 for Barbados.
Yeah, it's a good delivery from Armory. If you saw the way he built up that delivery, he was bowling straighter, much straighter, just bowling that straighter delivery to Dawn. On that occasion, he decided to rip it and bowl that off-spinning delivery into him and was successful. So a good setup from Armory in this over to Dawn. Yes,
beautifully bowled here by Armory. Bowling a couple of quick deliveries, he turned it, flighted some on his pads, turned it to mid-on, and then he flighted that delivery just on the off stump. It pitched just on the off stump, turned and went through the defense of Dawn, who looked a little bit lackadaisical in his defense, but it was good news for the Leeward Islanders. Another wicket to them, 60 for 3, and some good cricket here being played by the Leeward Islanders. And if they continue in this vein, hopefully they would get the Barbadians bowl out for at least 150 and put themselves in a good position. But we have Roach, who have just come to the crease, and he's joined. Well, Roach joins bowling. A quick delivery to start things off here. That brings you over to an end. So 3 solid overs, fall off a wicket, 60 for 3. Barbados after being sent in here by the Leeward Islanders.
Yes, definitely some rebuilding needs to be done by Team Barbados. It's not beyond them to come back in this game. Right now, you say that Leeward Islands are on top. They have picked up 3 wickets, and that big wicket of Dawn, who has been very patient, will surely add to their success of the evening. So Bolden and Roach, 2 left-handed batters, we know them to be quite aggressive. So they'll have to temper that aggression and just play a rebuilding role here for Team Barbados.
So Edwards, I think this is final over in this spell. Pushes bowling back. He's been bowling that length since after tea. But some good strategy being implemented here by the Leeward Islanders. Good strategy by Tuckett, small wicket keeper. His, as the young people say, his swag is of his father. Walks up just like his father. He's short stature as well. Number 10 is on his back. Again, looking to force that one is bowling.
Yeah, what these 2 batters need to do, I know Roach is new to the crease, but you can't build up dots because that will definitely build pressure. So what they need to be doing is just rotating the strike. You can't have one bowler becoming accustomed to one batter, because that's what bowlers want in this format. They want to be bowling to one batter as long as possible to work them out. So both of these batters, they need to find a way to work things around, probably hit that gap on the offside and pick up some quick singles just to keep things pushing along for Barbados.
For a single for after tea, he's looking for one. He's coming back for two. Is bowling. Good run in between these two, Roach and bowling. 2 runs to Roach. He now moves up to 5. He now moves up to 5. So, Barbados 62. Skipper bowling is on strike. Edwards is with the ball in his hand, looking for another wicket for the Leewards. Good delivery. So the Leeward Islanders have worked things out here for against the Bajans. They have picked up 3 wickets so far. The very important wicket of Dawn. Hard-hitting Perryman, he went back for 29. Dawn for 18 and Brown for 9. This is short and he pulls that one, a loose delivery by Edwards. It goes over the ropes into the fence for 4. A bad delivery by him and well dealt with by Skipper, who puts that one over the fence for a well-played boundary.
Every now and again, Edward seems to bowl at shorter delivery to surprise the batter. Just before tea, he almost had Don holding out to the man at fine leg, and on that occasion, he tried to bounce Nima bowling, who hit it flatter this time and got 4 runs to add to his tally. So good batting by Bolden and good thinking from Edward, just looking to surprise the batter.
This one was right up into the stumps, Yorker length. Bolden squeezing it back past the bowler. Score remains on 66 for 3. 66 for 3. Barbados. They have just lost the wicket of Dawn. Impressively bowled by the big man, Armory, who has picked up his first wicket in this game in the finals. Before this, he had 14 wickets. He has now moved up to 15. So that takes him to what position on the list there? First, he has now moved up to the leading wicket taker in this tournament. So one is flighted and it chips and drives nicely. We have not seen that from the batters. But Roach is off the mark. Good positive shot by him to Armory.
Yes.
Two left-handers at the crease, Stacey-Ann.
Yes, nice use of the feet, and that's one of the ways to get on top of the spinner, especially when he has a good spell going for him. So just use your feet and just try to walk the ball around and collect those singles. Yes, the using of your feet is not just about hitting a 6 or getting a big hit. It's also effective in keeping the run rate ticking over.
This one is punched, not fielded cleanly. Picks up another single, and some comedy of errors here being made by the Leeward Islanders. And they have paid for those mistakes. So 2 runs there to bowling. After a misfield at backward point, overthrow, picks up another single. And the man at short leg just probably slipping and causing some pain to himself.
Yeah, it seemed to be Michael Graves, the vice captain of Leeward Island, just slipping there while he was retrieving that ball. He's up and he seems to be okay. So good signs for Leeward Islands.
Really?
Still favouring that right leg a little bit, but seems to be okay.
So Armory continues to apply his cheer here. It's a big lad for under 19. He's bowling around the wicket. May have to check his birth certificate, right? This one is outside the off stump. But somebody has confirmed that he is under 19. This one is flighted outside the house ump and bowling is punching it through covers. It's running close to the fence. When they get there, it does now. Into the fence for 4 from the big man. He has scored 4 more runs, is the skipper. So 4 impressive runs here by bowling.
Yeah, nice use of the crease from bowling on that occasion. Just going back into his crease, it was a short delivery. Don't see a lot of those from Armory, but bowling did well to pierce that gap. It's a wide gap, but he did well enough still to get it through that man at short cover and the field and the cover boundary to collect 4 runs.
So good timing, good placement. This one is just leaving him outside the off stump. That brings you over to an end. 73 for 3. 24 overs completed for the day thus far. Bowling is 15. So Barbados, after being sent in, they are now 73 for 3. I think this contest have been evenly contested thus far. Nobody is ahead. The Leeward Islands have taken wickets when they need them. The Bajans continue to battle, looking to score as much runs as possible. So we just seen some readjustments. Umpires just falling short by 1 delivery. So that delivery would have to be bowled by Armory to make sure things are in its right place. As human beings we are at times, as expected. So 1 more delivery is to be bowled in this over from Armory. He'll be bowling to bowling. It's 73 for 3, Barbados. This one is a straighter, delivering to the body, played nicely back by bowling. That brings you over to end finally. 73 for 3, Barbados. Bowling is on 15. He is joined by Roach. He has 1. And Barbados are 73 for 3. Some good cricket being played by these 2 teams so far. But would you place anybody ahead, Stacey, at this time?
Well, I'll say that Leeward Islands is slightly ahead, having picked up 3 wickets. The top 3 rather, were dismissed. And I wouldn't say that it had anything to do with anything that the wicket had to offer. It was just a case of poor shot selections. So I'll say that Leeward Islands is slightly ahead. Having said that, Barbados, they do have depth in their batting. So it's not beyond them to come back and put a fighting total on the board. Just need to build a partnership.
So there's a changing bowling from the Beckway end.
Joel Andrew has been introduced into the attack. He's bowling some medium paces. We saw that Watley, right? It's a medium pacer, and he was quite successful this morning. He picked up 2 wickets for Leeward Islands. So Joel Andrew. He's coming operating around the wicket. 2 deliveries just outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. So a good line and length there by Andrew. Just keeping things very quiet. The Barbadians have been very quiet after TD have lost the wicket of Dawn
for 18. This one is driving nicely through covers. It's getting close to the fence, close to the ropes. Pull back there. He picks up 2 runs.
Yes, over pitch by Andrew. And when you're operating at that medium pace, 2 deliveries you don't want to bowl is a short delivery, and you don't need to be over pitching because of the batters. They will go at you. So as a medium pacer, you just need to find that line and length and hit it as often as you can.
Yes, just need to pull this length back. Those 2 first deliveries were just on the same length, just on a good length there. Needs to find that length again. This one is playing straight. $75 for 3. I'm thinking that the skipper, they're saying that Mackenzie, who's his next chief bowler in this side, he's 2 left-handers at the crease, probably just holding him back somewhat until they get at least another right-hander into the wicket. This is outside the off stump. So that could be a strategy as well, you know, for this game, knowing that there are 2 left-handers in the wicket, to bring on the leg spinner. Probably just buying himself some time. Skipper took it. But Roach, he's on 3. Just outside the off stump again. That brings it over to an end. Andrew's first over. Score remains on 75 for 3. Steady over outside the off stump, Stacey, from Andrews.
Yeah, probably a plan from Leeward Islands. Just bowl it outside the off stump to these batters and hope that they'll go for a drive or maybe try to play a cut shot. And that might be the undoing of them. If the plan will come to par, it's left to be seen. But we'll see how they play him in the next over. Because Amory is going to continue from the administrative centre end.
And Amory will be bowling to bowling. He has 15. We note that he's a very aggressive batter. But Barbados need a partnership here from these 2. There's a loud appeal, but Amory is not interested in that. Just turns around and comes back to his bowling mark. So he was satisfied that was not out. Didn't appeal. Flighted outside the house. Sampan bowling is driving nicely to covers. Picks up another easy single. He's looking good driving that ball down to mid-off and through covers. Stacey looking very positive. His bowling. Needs to carry his bat into the innings. Needs to bat as long as possible. We are playing up to 6 o'clock this afternoon. Rescheduled time. This one is flighted to Roach. Roach is hitting into mid-on. Will it pass him? It gets past him. Will it get close to the fence? He fields. 2 more runs to the score. So, just a loose flighted delivery on his leg stump, and Roach working it nicely through mid-on, picking up 2 more runs. As Barbados keep just ticking over that scoreboard. Good line and length by Armory, keeping him in check. Still looking for his second wicket. Flighted, pushing him back. So this contest between Barbados and Leewards is for the championship. Bragging rights. This one is lovely flighted over outside the half stump, and Roach just pushes his left foot and shoulder arms into the keeper's glove. But another steady over there bowled by Armory for the Leeward Islands. These two batters looking to take it as deep as possible for Barbados. 78 for 3, 27 overs bowled. They would be looking to get to a total of at least 250 plus in this first innings to exert some pressure on the Leeward Island batters who would need to get that runs. But it's Bolden who is on strike from Andrews. This one is walking off his legs, brilliantly fielded by the man at mid-wicket. Good touches by him. Just drifting on his leg, and some excellent work there by the man at mid-wicket.
Yeah, it fell just short up at the man at mid-wicket. Nathan Edward just fell short of him. You heard the fielders around shouting catch. Unfortunately for Leeward Islands, it didn't go to hand. Fortunately for Barbados.
This one is lifting outside the off stump. Bolden looking to drive, but that one had some bounce on it. And over the bat into the keeper's glove. A good delivery there by Andrews, surprising him.
Yes, he looked quite perplexed. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at the wicket, wondering how come Andrew was able to generate such bonks. Just having a chat there with his partner. Yes, so some surprising bonks from Andrew. You don't expect that from a medium pace bowler. But every now and again, they can surprise you, Martin.
Well, that's the Arnisville wicket for you. This one is pitched on the same length, and Bolden is punching it through covers, sweetly picking up 2 runs so far. He's looking for a third. Sent back by the non-striker, Roach.
Yeah,
so 2 runs completed.
Yeah, he tried to bowl that same delivery, and Nima Bolden, recognizing that there's not much pace from him, got on top of that one and played it nicely. Just getting carried away by the bunks on that occasion. The young man, see the captain going on to have a word with him, maybe telling him not to deviate from the plan so much.
Tuckett is charged with the responsibility of leading this Leeward Islands team. He's done a good job so far. He has brought them here into the finals, and he continues to lead them. There's some changes the field somewhat. There's an extra cover now. 1 slip. He has taken out the gully. This one is played to the man who's just been spread from 2nd slip to about 3rd slip. The big Armory. It would take something special to get past that big man. He's huge in stature. He's like a wall. He's driving nicely. His skipper Bolden. Is like the elegante of under 19 cricket. Big fella. You wouldn't want to have a wrestling match with him. This one is driven again, sweetly past the man at short extra cover. He's going close to the ropes, fielded there by the man, just pulling it back inside. Another 2 attractive runs here by Bolden. And he's growing in confidence here.
Yeah, beautiful form shown by Bolden on that occasion, just leaning forward and driving that past the player at short cover. Didn't get a boundary for it, but it was a really lovely shot.
He's really getting into his stride here is Bolden. Stroking the ball nicely. He moves up to 20. As that brings you over to an end, carries the Barbadian score to 82. 82 for 3. Roach is with him. He's on 5. 2 slips, short leg. The big Army with bunks and tone on that delivery. Tuckett doing very well, taking that. Again, flatter delivery outside the house. I'm looking for that assistance again, is Armory. So that's a very nagging length there being bowled by Armory to Roach as he just changes his guard. This one is chipping and driving to the man at short extra cover, well fielded. Cho comes back in to Tuckett. So some teasing, tantalizing bowling here by Armory. Say, if you want me, you have to come and get me. This one again is a loud appeal. He's out caught. I was just speaking about that. The testing and the teasing bowling, and Armory just putting it on the off stump. A flatter delivery. He went to punch it. And he's out caught by Tuckett. Brilliant wicket there by Armory.
Yes, the setup was exceptional in that over. He just bowled it. He kept looping it up. The first one was, he had some bonks on it. But it wasn't that quick. On that occasion, he bowled it a lot quicker that time. And just having seen the bonks that he got from that first delivery, Roach decided that he's going to play a shot at it because it's bouncing enough. However, it was just quick. It was a quicker delivery. And he was found edging to the keeper, Tuckett. So good setup from Armory in that over. From what I've seen so far, he is a very organized off spinner, Martin. He thinks through every delivery that he bowls, and he seems to have a plan to each batter the longer he bowls to them. And that's not what you want. You need to keep walking it around, rotating the strike, just to offset his plans. Because he definitely had a plan bowling to Roach, and the plan, it definitely paid off. Nathan Seeley is going to join his captain, Nima, bowling, and they need a big partnership.
Well, some intelligent bowling there by Armory. He has picked up his second wicket. Second wicket here for the Leeward Islanders, as we have Seeley, who would be joining his skipper. But some really intelligent bowling, smart bowling by the big fella. Tossing the first delivery, bouncing and turning. Slow the other one down, again outside the off stump. Bowled one just outside the off stump again, and then bowling a flatter delivery. He went to punch off the outer edge into the keeper's glove, and he claimed his second wicket. This one is a faster delivery to Seeley. I've just faced his first delivery. Umpire just having a little issue with Armory. Just treading on that danger area there. Been warned. 82 for 4. Armory picking up his second wicket. We'll give you his stats in a bit. Flighted, and Seeley is just throwing it on the onside, getting his first run. It's a good start there by Seeley. Good single by him. That brings you over to an end, and Army has bowled 6. Army has bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs, and he has picked up 2 wickets. Some very good bowling here by him. He has moved up now to 16 wickets in this tournament, ahead of everyone else. So, 16 wickets to the big man. He himself is also a West Indies player, West Indies under 19 player. So he continues to prove himself worthy of such. Leeward Islands now have placed the Bajans at 83 for 4, 29 overs bowled. Seeley has joined his skipper bowling. He will be facing his first delivery from Andrews from over the wicket. This one is outside the arse. He plays and just pulls his hand away at the last moment. So a good start here by Andrews to Seeley.
Yes, and Seeley and Boland, both of these players, they definitely need to form a partnership for their team. Need to take things task by task. The first task should be getting their team to 100 and then see how much more they can add from there.
This one's a short lifting delivery. Surprising delivery there from Andrews. Actually getting some pace on that one.
Yeah, some sharp bungs from Andrew. On that occasion, you see Nathan Seeley was just shaking his head, saying, well done. So he's definitely up for the contest. Nathan Seeley, he actually captained the Barbados team in that under-17 tournament that was played in Trinidad. So, and he scored 100 as well. So he definitely knows how to bat. And his team needs him more than ever against Leeward Islands here today.
Seeley needs to come to the party with his skipper. He's not out on 20. Before this game, Seeley had 22 runs. He needs to get much more than that today to get Barbados into a much comfortable position. They are 83 for 4. So Seeley needs to get at least double that 40, that 22. They need a partnership between these two here. Take them at least to 120 or so close-up play. That would be good. Think about tomorrow. But Andrews have different ideas. This one is outside the arse, some passing between bat and pad into the gloves of the wicket keeper. So good bowling here by Andrews. Keeping the pressure, beating the bat.
Yes, and Seeley just coming to the wicket. He doesn't need to be flashing outside the off stump like that. A little bit more patience is required at this point in time. You need to be thinking longevity. Right now, him and Bolden, they don't need to be losing another wicket anytime soon.
This one he's playing solidly. So, Leeward Islands, they're playing the patient game, just hitting the ball in the right areas, playing patient, and it has worked for them brilliantly. They have picked up 4 wickets, 83 runs on the board. So they're really in the driver's seat here. Another wicket will really put them ahead in this game. This one is hitting the outer portion to the big man in the gully. I tell you, Stacey, and you really need something serious to get across this big man who's having an exceptional game so far.
Yes, and it's only oohs and ahs you're hearing all around the bat. That one squared up Nathan Seeley on that occasion, and Amory fielded it, and he has the ball in hand, and he's about to continue bowling from the administrative centre, and he's doing a fabulous job so far. Mixing up his pace well, using his height well. And he's definitely causing some trouble to the Barbados batters. They need to find an answer for Amory the way he's operating at the moment. Score is 83 for 4, 30 overs bowled. Continuing with that excellent line, Amory. Again, mixing up his pace well. That was a slower delivery on that occasion. Bolden coming forward neatly, making sure that didn't pop up to the man at short leg. was heading down leg on that occasion. Looking to sweep. Interesting option from Bolden. The way Armory is operating. He has to be careful. He has to be mindful of sweeping. Because you never know. Armory usually gets that bong. So he has to be careful of sweeping to Armory. There's a loud appeal, and it's been given. Hit in front. The batter looks confused. Unfortunately, Christopher Wright has risen that deadly finger, and he has to be on his way. So first time you're really seeing an appeal of sorts from Armory. He doesn't seem to appeal much. He seems to know when he's hitting in line. Not sure what the batter was signaling to Christopher Wright, umpire Christopher Wright, but he's been given the matching orders, Martin.
Well, skipper goes back to the pavilion. A quicker delivery there by Armory and hitting him right in front. Umpire had no problems putting up that index finger. Barbados have lost their 5th wicket at 83 for 5. 83 for 5. Skipper goes back. And some excellent bowling here by the big man. He has continued to do well for the Leeward Islands. He has really put the pressure on the Barbadians, picked up 3 scalps so far, and that brings another batter into the crease. Leacock.
Yes, he's been operating quite smartly, Armory. As I mentioned before, the way he mixes up his pace has been key. And he doesn't bowl that leg spinning delivery as often, that off spinning delivery as often as you think. He actually bowls a lot of his delivery straight. So that's something that the Barbados batters has to be mindful of, that straighter ball.
Well, you're not missing any cricket here at Arnos. The groundsmen are just doing some work on the crease and marking it as the players get some refreshments. So as they do that, we will take a break here at Arnosville and we'll be back with you in a few minutes to continue broadcast here at Arnosville. Back here at Arnosville Playing Field as the contest continues here at Arnosville Playing Field in the finals of the West Indies Under-19 tournament. It is dubbed Rising Stars. We have a rising star in Armory for the Leeward Islands. He has picked up 3 scalps so far. And he has been well supported by Watley, who got 2 prior to that. And Barbados are 83 for 5, 30 overs bowled. That brings 2 new batters to the crease. That's of Seeley and Leacock. So Army continues to bowl well, continue to exert that pressure on the Barbadians middle order. And this one is some confusion in the middle. Looking for a single, but Seeley was not interested. Leacock, full of energy as we know him, looking for his first single. But a brilliant over there by Armory, picking up the wicket of the skipper for 20 bowling. And Barbados have lost their 5th wicket, 83 for 5, Leeward Islands in the driver's seat. Yeah,
a wicket made in there by Armory. I don't think you'll get the ball out of his hands anytime soon, Martin. The way he's been bowling today, the Barbados team, they need to find some answers for this Leeward Islands attack, who has been quite penetrative since the start of play. picking up wickets consistently. So the Barbados team, they need to find some answers because they need to put a score on the board if they are to trouble the Leeward Islands batters. Sorry. Nathan Seeley is on strike and he's capable of doing it. He was joined by Leacock a while ago.
Seeley. Straight back. Back pass. Andrews, who've been doing a very good job. And this is the trend for the Leeward Islands team so far. They have bowled very good errors. They have kept the pressure on the batsmen. They have not given away a lot of runs. They have not bowled a lot of boundary balls. And they have created that pressure. And the batters have not been scoring freely. And they have picked up wickets. So that's good strategy there by the Leeward Islanders. And it has worked for them and worked for them very well.
Slow ball there by Andrew on that occasion. So some thinking coming into play here by the Leeward Islands. Definitely want to pick up as many wickets as they can before the end of the day's play. And you see that variations are coming into play from the bowlers. And much credit to the fielders as well. Martin, I've seen a lot of misfield. I probably can come to one misfield. And they've been quite sharp in the field. There was a brilliant catch taken by Hilroy Andrew at point.
This one is squeezed through backward point. It runs close to the fence, hits the ropes now, and it goes for 4. So Seeley off the mark with a lovely cover drive, square drive into the fence for 4. 4-run signal to him, and 4 more runs to Barbados. A lovely shot by Seeley.
Yes, pitched up delivery there from Andrew and impeccable timing by Nathan Seeley, as well as placement, threading that small gap between the man at point, and that cover fielder as well.
Yes,
they're quite close to each other, those two fielders.
This one is being pulled, chopping short of the man at square leg, hands in the air, 1 run to Seeley. So probably heart in his hand there as that ball fell short of the man at square leg. A short delivery by Andrews. And he gets another run.
Yeah, so I actually don't think the fielder picked it up. I think it was hitting the sun. And he didn't pick it up as quickly as he should have. It just fell right in front of him. If you saw it, it fell just in front of him. And the fielders, the way they expressed themselves, said it as well.
Well, the sun is moving from the east to the west, so you would have some difficulty on that boundary with picking up the delivery as well. This one is through the bat and pad into the keeper's glove. So some good bowling here by Andrews. He's a surprise package here for the Leeward Islanders. Bowling well from the back end, keeping the pressure on the batters, hitting just the right areas, keeping the pressure as Armory continue to take wickets from the other end. So they are bowling in tandem. That is needed in cricket. They need partnerships, both batting and bowling, and they have done well, these bowlers. Outside the off stump, seeing some dust there from that delivery. So all it is yet. So the end of that over, 88 for 5. Excellent cricket by the Leeward Islanders so far.
Yes, I'm also impressed by the captain of Leeward Islands, the urgency. Getting from end to end and cheering his fielders on to get in the fielding position quickly because he wants to get as many overs as possible in. So good urgency shown from Carlin Bowen Tuckett, the captain of Leeward Islands team.
Well, that's good. They lead the troops from the front, and he's saying that I need more wickets. I need your urgency. As the shadows lengthen in the park, as the sun goes to the west. Remember, we are expected to play up until 6 once the light is good. That is determined by the umpires. It's Armory, the big fella. It's flighted, and Seeley is choking it. Fielded by Armory as well. So he's quite a good mover on the field, despite his size. Nice delivery outside the off stump. big lad. Flighted again, and Sealy is back on his back foot, just playing that one nicely. Soft hands. Slip. Leg slip. Short leg. This one is flighted, and this one is threatening the stumps, but just bounce a little bit away, taken by the wicket keeper. Back to Armory. Things are very tight here for the Barbadians. They have not scored freely since after tea. So there's a quicker delivery outside the half stump into the keeper's glove of Tuck. That's Tuckett. And the oohs and the ahs goes up against this, yeah.
Yeah, on that occasion, he actually jumped closer to the stump, the non-striker stump, to deliver that ball. So brilliant thinking from Amory. And there you go again. Same delivery, but that time it was a bit short on that occasion, not as full as the previous delivery.
Well, another maiden over there by Amory. 88 for 5. The Barbadians are finding it very difficult to score here from these bowlers. Andrews bowling a tight line from the southern end. And Amory continues to just peg at them. He has 3 scalps so far. Seems like there would be a change in bowling. I think it's Mackenzie will be bowling here, the leg spinner. He has a knack for wickets. He is also one of the leading wicket takers in this tournament for the Leeward Islanders. And this is their strength in this tournament, bowling. These two have picked up the majority of the wickets for the Leewards. Armory and Mackenzie. Little leg spinner from the Leeward Islands now. Be taking up the attack. There's a slip as the skipper marshal his troops. A backward point cover, short extra cover. There's an extra cover being put in there on drive, a mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg. Mackenzie leg spin, he comes back and cuts that one to the man at backward point. So Mackenzie, second delivery, picked up 9 wickets against Guyana. Flighted outside the half stump and is squeezed. 88 for 5. Things have been very tight, very quiet for the Barbadians. They have lost 2 wickets just after tea. This one is flighted again. So good steady start here by Mackenzie. Keeping the pressure here on the batters. Sealy. This one is bouncing and Leacock is punching it to backward point. Picks up a single. That's all he would get. As Sealy comes to take strike for the first time from Mackenzie. 4 good deliveries so far by Mackenzie. Brings Sealy into strike. Sealy's on 6. Mackenzie just off the, Leacock just off the mark. Facing up to Mackenzie. Flighted and he's long forward. This one is sweeping and sweeping nicely, running down to backward square. He gets 1. Edwards does the feeling on the boundary. Good throw to Tuckett. They pick up 2 more. That carries the score to 90. So the end of the over, Barbados, 33 overs been bowled. After being insulted. They are now 91 for 5. 91 for 5. 34 overs been bowled. Sealy is on 8, and his partner Leacock is just off the mark. He's on 1. As Army continues to bowl, he has picked up 3 wickets so far, and he's been well supported by Watley, who picked up the first 2 wickets for 9 runs. Armory, quicker delivery. Just to remind you that we had some delay this morning. This one has been hit over mid-wicket. Into the fence, 4 runs. So that was flighted by the big man, and he was on his knees, is Sealy, and playing an aggressive shot through mid-wicket into the fence before first aggressive shot we've seen so far after tea.
Yeah, slug swept there from Leacock, just over Malik Walsh's head. See, Malik Walsh was leaping in the air trying to take that catch. It just went over his head and trickled into the boundary for 4.
Somebody's just opening up. So the second time he's been warned is Armory on that danger area. So he has to be very careful. A third warning would put him in danger of not being able to bowl again. Sneaky single being taken there by these 2. Good running.
Yeah, every now and again, just to create some uncertainty and some deception to the batters, he jumps closer to the stump to deliver, to bowl one of his deliveries. Unfortunately, he's just been erring in that danger zone and has seemed to have been warned officially by the umpire on that occasion. Yeah, just has to be careful about that variation that he's bowling and getting into that danger area.
So single, look at some trouble here. There's our peel. Another cheeky single being taken by these 2. That brings you over to an end. It's 97 for 5 Barbados after being insulted here by the Leeward Islands. They won the toss. We started late this afternoon. We started at 2:30. We took tea at 4:05, and the scheduled time of play 6 p.m. We lost some time this morning because of heavy downpour of rain and overnight rain as well. But the Leeward Islands have done exceptionally well this afternoon, taking 5 wickets. Mackenzie continues. He was a chief wicket taker against the Guyanese. He took 9 wickets, 5 and 4. Second innings, 5 wickets, 4 in the first.
That looked to be the variation on that occasion. It looked to be an off spinner. His action changed a bit on that occasion, Martin. And the ball actually went into the batter. There's some variation from Mackenzie.
So he just squeezes that one to backward point, picks up a single. So that brings Leacock on strike. He'd be facing Mackenzie. Another dot delivery being bowled. As we Sort of lose. We are losing the sunshine here at Arnisville. The stands, shadows are lengthening here. This one is short and Leacock in his aggressive manner, whether bowling or batting. That's how he operates. This one is flighted and just chickles past the stumps. That brings you over to an end. 98 for 5. 98 for 5 Barbados after being sent in here by the Leeward Islanders. So really good cricket here after tea by these Leeward Islanders. They have picked up 3 wickets after tea and in a real good position, a commanding position here, looking to skittle out the Barbadians for less than 150. That I think should be their target. But another 5 wickets to go. Who knows? The Barbadians could get up to 250. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. You have the likes of another easy single being taken. How about the back end, Jaden Roberts? He got 70 out against Jamaica. He strikes a ball down the ground. Struck about 9 sixes in that innings. You have Lane, the fast bowler. He can bat as well. This one is just tucked to mid-wicket. This one is outside the off stump. Zarmi continues to bowl that nagging length just outside the off stump, coming back. Looking to get his 4th wicket, his Army. Flighted. This one, he just tucks it off as his hip, picks up another single. And that brings the Barbadian 100 up at 100 for 5. 100 for 5 Barbados. After being sent in, he will give you the stats on that. Time spent, balls faced in a bit. So 100 up for Barbados, they're 100 for 5. Straighter delivery, just played with a dead bat. So 100 for 5 Barbados, but Leeward Islands still in the driver's seat. 100. How many balls?
Yeah, 100 for 5. Yes, Leeward Islands, rightly so. They are on top of things right now. Barbados just got to 100, and that's a landmark in itself, getting to 100. So that's one thing that's been ticked off by the Barbados team so far. They got to 3 figures. Now they need to find a way to press on and bat out the remainder of the day without losing any more wickets.
Well, Barbados got into 137 overs. They have lost 5 wickets in the process. Remember, we started play at 2:30. So 100 for 5. 37 overs been rolled. As there's a change in bowling. We have the opening bowler, Langford, has returned. So some good. Langford is bowling his first delivery, pitched up. He had a very meager spell. His first spell went for 6 overs, 2 maidens, 6 runs. He's back on the ball, Stacey Ann.
Yes, and bowled some short, sharp deliveries in his first spell, as well as he bowled some deliveries outside the off stump, mainly to Achilles Brown. We might see a change in his operation. He might look to pitch it up and be fuller to these batters as the ball is a bit older.
This one is short and pulled through mid-wicket. There's a man on the boundary who comes around fields. 2 runs to the aggressive Leacock.
Well, they actually have the field set for short bowling. I didn't realize that that man went out at that square leg boundary. They also have that man at that fine leg position. So I guess every now and again you might see a short delivery being a surprise ball. And we had a discussion about the short pitch delivery when Jamaica was bowling, Mr. Hahn and I, when you were there. And we were saying we prefer the short pitch delivery to be a surprise ball. Yes, you may have the field set for that, but the way that you should operate is you keep nagging away at that good line and length and then let that short pitch delivery be the surprise ball. Landerford, he's a smart operator, so we might well see that from him. His first delivery was a pitched up delivery, then he went shorter, and now we see he's gone back to that good line and length there.
Well, I must commend Tuckett on the way that he handled his team this evening. He has made some good changes. He have bowled his bowlers in tandem, and it has worked out nicely for him thus far. So we see Langerford just changing his length, trying to bowl fuller length to these lower order batsmen. Looking to get amongst the wicket as well. He has bowled tightly. Will do himself some good to get a wicket or 2 here for his team.
Loud appeal, wrapped on the pads turned down from Shannon Crawford. In the midst of all that, we saw a bit of confusion with the run in between the wickets. Nathan Seeley was looking for a single. Luckily, he turned back just in time.
One of the areas that the Barbadians from the beginning have been struggling with is calling between the wickets, running, This one is turned nicely to mid-wicket. The man at square leg comes in, fields. 1 more run to the score, 103. So we have literally lost all the sunshine here at Arnisville. It's just about 20-6 on my watch. I'm not synchronized with the umpire's watch. Armory still with the ball in his hand. He has number 9 on his back. He has 3 wickets thus far. 103 for 5. Seeley is on 10. Another dot delivery there by Armory. Keeping things tight. He's chipping and driving that one into the pitch. The man at first slip does the feeling. Just hitting that one into the pitch. A quicker delivery by Armory, squeezing it into the pitch, bounces to the man at first slip. Seeley looking to get at Armory here. Little cat and mouse between both of them. Outside the off stump. Trouble here. But he's home safely. That's Leacock. So running between the wickets and calling again. A good throw. Might have brought a different result, Stacey.
Yeah, we're seeing some risky singles being taken here by these 2 in the middle. And again, just less than about 20 minutes remaining in the day's play. You don't want to be losing another wicket. So they have to be mindful of these little things, Barbados.
This one is played softly. The Army continues to apply his trade here. Done a very good job so far and continues to do so. Deep square leg, short mid wicket, two short mid wickets there. Short mid on, mid off, short extra cover, slip, and the short leg. Sealy forward. That's the end of the over. Barbados 104 for 5. 104 for 5. What they would be thinking here, the batsmen from Barbados? Would they look to go through the evening without losing a wicket or score as much runs as possible?
Well, it's all about creating a balance. You don't want to be bogged down at one end, yes. So when a bad ball comes, you put it away. When there's a single and offer, you take it. However, the important thing here is survival. You don't need to be losing another wicket before the end of the day's play, because that will definitely heighten the spirits of Leeward Islands even more.
So Langford continues. So these batters just need to get through this day for Barbados. They're 104 for 5. Sealy and Leacock. This one is a straighter delivery. He's bowling wicket to wicket. Once you miss, I hit. Probably that is thinking. But Tuckett has done a very good job with his bowlers. The way that he rotated them, the way he used them, has worked out very nicely for him and his team.
Yes. And probably chose to give Landerford a spell just before we lose light here, so that he can get another, over two from his fast bowler before he has to resort to spinners only. Might see the umpires might well telling him that pretty soon. So just making sure that Landerford gets a crack at these batters before the end of the day's play.
This one is tucked off his legs. Picks up another single. There's some trouble here. But he gets back safely. So some issue here between the calling between the two batters. Leacock was halfway down the wicket and Sealy was not interested. Oh, that one is edge. You call that an intelligent edge. Into the boundary for 4. So hitting the outer portion of the bat. He looks like he was in control of that. Sealy. It goes into the fence for 4. 4 runs to Barbados, 4 runs to Sealy.
Yeah, depth touch there from Sealy, getting it in between that keeper and that slip fielder, Amory, at that time there. So good placement from the young man. And that's what I've been saying. If there's runs on offer, you do it, but you also need to minimize risk as much as possible. Yeah, so good to see from Sealy. There was a ball outside the off stump. He was able to get back to it. It didn't go to hand. It didn't go in the air. So smart thinking from Sealy. It's 109, 5 runs coming off that over, 5 wickets down. Nathan Sealy and Jaden Leacock, they're doing battle for Team Barbados, and they're up against some tough opponents in terms of bowling. Onaje Amory is bowling exceptionally well, and Landeford, who's partnered him, is doing quite well for his team, not picking up a wicket so far. So action continues here. We have just about 15 or so minutes to go before the end of the day's play. And here's Amory continuing to Leacock. This one is played nicely. Another depth touch from Leacock on that occasion, picking up 2 runs to add to the tally. Definitely some intent being shown here from these two, but they need to minimize risk as much as possible in terms of the shot selections as well as the running between the wickets. If there's a single there, they don't need to try to push for 2 because we're coming to the end of the day's play. So minimizing risk is very important. Big shot played just in the cover region. Got an edge on that occasion, Leacock. I was just talking about eliminating risk. And here we see Leacock opting to try to hit that one up and over the fielders, getting an edge. Luckily for him, it didn't go to hand.
Well, Leacock is going to be aggressive like how we know him to be. He's going to take on the bowlers when the ball is in his zone. That's how he plays his cricket. So, you know, fortune favor the brave. It may work, may not, but that's how he plays.
Yes, but if you can defend like that, you don't need to try to go for a big shot when it's not there. Nothing is wrong with playing your shots. I absolutely have no issues with that. But if the ball is not there to play the shot, the best option is to block it. Especially at this time of the day, and the game situation is your team is 5 wickets away from folding their innings. So, and you only have 113 or 114 now runs on the board. So the most important thing for Barbados is not losing any more wickets. And how do you go about doing that? These are the kind of questions you need to be asking yourself as a batter in the wicket. And the best way of doing that is by eliminating risk.
I do agree with you there, Stacey, and just eliminating the risk, play the ball on its merit. Don't take the risk that you don't need to. You have like another 10, 15 minutes or so to go. If the ball is bad, you dispatch it. You're expected to do that. But as you said, eliminate the risk. Try and get through the day. You're 114 for 5. You would like to come back tomorrow to continue to fight with your team. That's Leacock and Sealy. So both players, one have 16 and the other have 15. So some good partnership between these two so far. They have been doing very well for Barbados. After the loss of 5 wickets, they came together. They are now 114 for 5 as the fast bowler continues, Langford. So these two have looked rather positive for Barbados. They have scored, they have occupied the crease. The scoreboard has continued to take over because of their positiveness as well.
Yes, I'm happy to see the intent being shown. I'm happy to see the positivity. Just need them to be more mindful of the running between the wickets. That's something that we've seen on 2 occasions, a bit of confusion, and just eliminate the risk factor. So keep playing shots like that on the front foot, driving nicely along the ground. You don't need to be playing an aerial shot unless you're 100% sure, Martin, that you're going to hit it out of the ground.
I agree with you there. Leacock is looking real positive. He's looking more confident as he goes on. But he has to be mindful that close of play just around the corner. Eliminate the risks, as you said, and just bat positive.
I say if you go back in the Barbados innings, you'll see that you can't say that, yes, Leeward Islands, they've bowled exceptionally well. They have been patient with their line and lengths, but you can't say that the pitch has offered them a lot today. So it's just a case of some poor shot selections on the part of the Barbados team. Don't want that happening about now, just on the eve of the close of play.
This one is just nicked off the pads. He's looking for 2. He gets 2 very easily. Is Leacock. So good aggressive running by these 2 as well. Picks up another 2 runs. So I think what the Leeward Islands have done here today is that they have bowled well in tandem. The 2 opening bowlers started positively. Then there was a change and they continued to bowl together. One kept things tight. They didn't give away a lot of boundary deliveries, and the wickets fall at the other end. So they have bowled well in tandem, in partnerships, and it has worked out well for them so far.
Yes. At the end of the over, not about remaining. Yes, and a lot of times, yes, the bowlers got the wicket, but a lot of credit must be given to the captain, the way he's marshaled his troops today, the way he changed his bowlers around. He also looked at matchups. And matchups is key sometimes in cricket, when the 2 left-handed batters were at the wicket, he went for the off-spinner. And since then, he have been able to get the ball away from Armory. He found his line and length, and he's been working away at that. And he's been mixing up his pace well, using variations as well. So some credit as well to the captain. And he's moving from end to end quickly, being the keeper, making sure that he gets as many overs as possible in before the end of the day's play.
Yes, indeed. Credit must go to the little keeper with the number 10. He has the duties of rallying his troop. He has done that exceptionally well today. And Barbados 116 for 5. These 2, as there's some help being given there to Leacock. I think he's probably getting some assistance from the physiotherapist or the man who's in charge of the health of the Barbados team. So he goes back to battle. 116 for 5. What the Leeward Islands have done too, they have taken all the opportunities given to them. They have not spilled a catch, but they have fielded very well, and whatever opportunities that have been given to them, they have taken them, and they have played as a team as well.
Yes, and it's a final. Sometimes you talk about nerves in a final, but you haven't seen anything like that from the Leeward Islands bowling and fielding outfit. They have worked well together, and they continue to do so, being led by their captain, Carlan Bowen Tuckett.
Yes.
So good signs here for the Leeward Islands team and the Caribbean on a whole. I mean, I know it's competitive. I know it's Barbados against the Leewards, but at the end of the day, the end goal is West Indies team, and these are good signs going forward for the Caribbean.
Well, I just see another bowling change here as he continues to ring the changes. Mackenzie have come into the attack from our end. It's the airport commentators' end. He's bowling 2. Seeley, who's picking up an easy single, short delivery. Another easy single to Seeley. So these 2 have gotten together, and they have gotten a good partnership so far. They are batting well. They are running between the wickets. They are hitting the bad deliveries. So they have done well for Barbados. They got together when the score was...
Yeah, and good to see from Seeley. It was a shortish delivery.
83. Sorry.
It was a shortish delivery, but instead of going up and over, which we're accustomed seeing from these batters, he decided to play it down as much as possible, hitting it into the ground, making sure it didn't go to hand.
So both of them had 34 runs so far in this partnership, a healthy one. 34 runs in this partnership, so a healthy partnership for the Barbados. And this one is now tugged, a full toss. It hits between mid-on and mid-wicket. It goes over the ropes into the fence for 4. A loose delivery by Mackenzie and dealt with accordingly.
Yes, and wonderful shot from Leacock, especially. He didn't try to hit that ball in the air, and that was key. Just hitting it along the ground and picking up 4 as a result. It doesn't need to go up and over the fielders. Yes, it was a full toss. He could have hit it anywhere, and he decided to hit it on the ground. So good signs from Leacock for Barbados.
Back on length there is Mackenzie. And equal to the task is Leacock. So a good battle here between these two. He's just coming back from changing from the top end. He's now bowling from there. This one is a delivery on the pads. Just turns it. He's looking for two. He's calling. Good running, good calling. 2 more runs to him.
Yes, good cricket from these two in this over so far. They have picked up 7 runs easily without any risky shots. So exceptional cricket from these two in this over so far.
Yeah, some good positive cricket by these two. Good partnership by them as well. Came together at 83. It's now 123. 123 for 5. Good feeling by the man there. Short delivery again by Mackenzie. That brings you over to the end. And at the end of that over, it's 123 for 5. These two looking good, getting more and more confidence as they continue to battle here for Barbados. We have lost the majority of the sun here with us at Arnos. We are scheduled to finish at 6. I think there's another over or so. It's now about an over or 2 remaining.
Yes, these two have formed a nice partnership so far for Barbados. They'll be happy with the way things have gone between these two. They just need to continue and finish today and look to continue tomorrow for Barbados. There's a new bowler at the commentary end, Malik Walsh. Is going to bowl to Nathan Seeley.
So Walsh takes up the attack, first delivery. Leewards looking for another wicket. Barbados looking to go to the end of the day without losing one. This one is thumped through the onside. A loose delivery there by Walsh. And Seeley pouncing on that and thumped it through mid-wicket into the fence for 4. A great shot there by Seeley to that loose delivery.
Yeah, dragged down from Malik Walsh, and Seeley just got back and played that uppishly to the mid-wicket area. They're sending out somebody in that area now. And it wasn't a risky shot, although it was hit in the air, but because there was no fielder in that position. So it was basically a free hit for him. And now they've decided to send somebody back there.
Well, we have not seen a lot of loose deliveries from this bowling attack at the Leewards. But I think this is a very good period for the Barbadians coming into the close of play. Another delivery. Looking to sweep there. So 127, they came together at 83. Healthy partnership between these two. Another dot delivery. 44 runs thus far. So a very good period of play here for the Barbadians. Another single being taken. .45 between both batters. Seeley is on 25 and Leacock is on.
Short delivery helped to the man at that square leg area. They pick up 2 quick runs. So a mixed bag in that over from Malik Walsh. He had a few deliveries threatening the front pads and then 3 short deliveries that the batters helped themselves to pick up some runs in that over. Umpire right is standing at the stump. And to see if they'll get to that 6 o'clock mark. They just might get one more over in before the end of the day's play. See, Armory is giving his hat to the umpire. It's just about a minute to 6. So another over here. Armory was bowled brilliantly for Leeward Islands this afternoon. And he's going to be tasked with bowling the final over. Leeward Islands searching for another wicket.
Armory probably bowling the final over for the day. Once probably have something up his sleeve. Flatter delivery again. Sealy's just pushing that one out to the man of short extra cover. Back in defense, he is. Armory. Another delivery outside the off stump. Sealy is equal to the task. Just playing forward. He's on 21. Leacock is on 27. Dead ball seen by the umpire. Armory just pulling out of that one. A few more deliveries before close up play or so. That's the umpire's decision. Was told that play up until 6. We are there now. Another dot delivery. You have lost all of a sunlight here at Arnosville. This one is played defensively. The umpires gets close to the stump. I'm not too sure what would be done. They're still looking. I think there would be another over bowled. So it seems as though that we'll be playing right up until light. Change your plans somewhat. As I said, the umpires are in control. They would decide as to what goes on the field. But you have lost the sunlight here at Arnosville. Spinners are operating. And Barbados are 130 for 5. 45 overs have been bowled for the day.
Martin, by the looks of things, I think our watch is just a bit slower than, a bit too fast compared to their time. I believe so.
We probably need to synchronize our watches with the umpires. It's Mackenzie who's bowling from that end. Little leg spinner. 3 wicket take against the Guyanese. The cock is not bothered, playing very easily at the crease.
Things are winding down here. We would think it'll be the easiest over to bat, these last sets of overs. Because as a batter, you know what you need to do to survive.
This one is hitting the outer portion of the bat. We bounced on him, but 2 more runs to Leacock. That one had some bounce on top of it. Didn't control it properly, but he gets another 2 runs, Leacock. As I said earlier, fortune favors the brave, and he's been very brave. And he continues to bat positively for Barbados. They're now 132 for 5. This time he's out caught. He's out caught. That dreaded finger comes up. Leacock is out caught at first slip. So Mackenzie gets the breakthrough for the Leeward Islands. And look at that, Stacey. A really, what should I say here? A bad miss here by Leacock. A miscalculated all the thing and got out just before closer play. So I'm not too sure if it's closer play, Stacey, but the Barbadians have lost their 6th wicket.
Yeah, quite a bit of unbelievable cricket from Leacock, who was batting so well, partnered with Nathan Seeley at the other end. Just a lapse in concentration, going back and pushing at one. He really shouldn't have been doing that. Went on the back foot and tried to play that late touch, and went into the hand of Michael Graves, who's employed at that first slip position. Unfortunate for Barbados, losing another wicket just on the stroke of the end of the day's play. And Jaden Roberts has made his way to the wicket. Just need some confirmation from the umpires in terms of the time that we're operating at. We were told at 6, but we'll just get some confirmation at the time that they're going to.
Well, from how things are proceeding, Stacey, I think they're playing with the light, playing up to light as much over as possible. We lost the whole morning period, and they are actually making up for that.
Yes, and I think that's quite fair, but quite an anticlimax with that dismissal by Jaden Leacock, who looked really good, and he played with a lot of intent, yes, but not the way he should have been dismissed. So close to the end of the day.
Well, Roberts has joined Seeley. As Mackenzie bowled his final delivery there and is over.
Yeah, the way those two are batting, Martin, I don't think the Leeward Islands are. Yes, they've been up and about. They've been full of energy throughout the day. But I don't think that they quite expected that wicket. Myself didn't expect that. The way Leacock and Seeley was batting and going so well. A healthy partnership between the two of them. Really didn't need to see a wicket falling at such a crucial time, Barbados.
Well, unfortunate for Barbados, but fortunate for the Leeward Islanders. They have picked up their 6th wicket, courtesy a catch at first slip of the bowling of Mackenzie. His first wicket for this game. And Barbados now 132 for 6. Seeley pleased with a dead bat. Doesn't look for any run. Flighted, that one bounced. So they are looking for another wicket here to take them into closer play. When will be closer play? That's the umpire's decision. But Armory is looking for another wicket for the Leeward Islanders, looking to get 4 at least. This one is played quietly by Seeley. This one is on the pad, well fielded there by the man at short leg. Good reflex. As there's a mid-wicket conference between these two batters, the umpires is taking the ball, and there's been some confrontation. Well, no, I'm not too sure what is happening there, but the umpire is having a chat with both batters. Not too sure what happening to these batters. As the physiotherapist runs on, the man who's in charge of health.
Yeah, Sealy seems to be in some discomfort.
Sealy, yeah, something has gone wrong with Sealy here. He's crouching. So probably just a little bit winded or lightheaded from what I'm seeing. These things tend to happen at times. But to bring you up to scratch with things, Barbados 132 for 6. Leacock just going caught at first slip after bowling of Mackenzie. They had, between him and Sealy, they had a 49 wicket partnership. We lost the whole of the morning play. We began at 2:30. Leeward Islands won the toss and insulted the Barbadians. So it seems as though that has been sorted out. So Sealy has been dealt it by the man with the medical kit who's in charge of health for the Barbados team. He's now jogging off the playing field and Army is with the ball. And Sealy would be taking strike, 132 for 6. Well, Sealy has pulled something out of his armory. And Armory is trying to pull something out of his as well. So 132 for 6. Barbados, Leewards. That one is bouncing and turning outside the off stump. That is the end of the over. As we continue play here, the umpires will be meeting for a chat in the middle. Just to remind you that you're viewing West Indies under 19 tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It has been dubbed the Rising Stars. And in the finals here, Barbados versus the Leewards, 132 for 6. As we see the umpires, I think they have called it quits for the day. So that's the close of play here at Arnosville. Barbados 132 for 6 after being insulted. Not a bad day at all for the Leeward Islanders, but a good partnership between Sealy and Leacock brought them back to this position at 132.
And that wicket of Leacock will hurt even more now that just one over has been bowled and 3 balls since his dismissal. But yes, Martin, Leeward Islands, they were largely on top for most of the day. There was a fighting partnership, one with purpose and resolve between Nathan Sealy and Jaden Leacock before Leacock fell short. That may have given the Barbados team some inspiration leading into tomorrow's play. However, Leacock was dismissed just on the eve of the close of play. So 132 for 6, 47 overs bowled today, Martin.
Well, just to remind you of the day's event thus far, it started at 2:30. The Barbadians were inserted. The Leeward Islanders won the toss. Opening the batting for Barbados was Perryman and Brown. Perryman went caught. Hilroy Andrews bowled Yannick Watley for 29. He batted 23 deliveries. Brown caught. Armory bowled Watley for 9. Dawn was bowled Armory for 18, a brilliant delivery to get rid of him. Bowling was LBW bowled Armory again for 20. Rimario Roach, he was caught. Bowens bowled Tuckett bowled Omari for 5. And Sealy not out on 21. Jaden Leacock just getting out just before close of play. He was caught by Graves off the bowling of Mackenzie for 29. And at the crease presently is Sealy. And Roberts.
Yes, and the bowling for the Leeward Islands so far today, Nathan Edward, he bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, 46 runs, no wicket. Chamiko Landerford. He bowled 9 overs, 2 maiden, 16 runs, no wickets. Yannick Watley, he bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs, and picked up 2 wickets. Onaji Amory, 14 overs, 6 maidens, 29 runs, 3 wickets. Jewel Andrew, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs, and no wickets. Micah McKenzie, 4 overs, 13 runs, 1 wicket, and Malik Walsh, 1 over, 7 runs, no wickets. So that's the bowling figures for the Leeward Islands team today. And a successful day, one would say, for the Leeward Islands with the ball.
Yes, good bowling in tandem, took all the opportunities, bowled on one side of the wicket. Be patient, they were, and they got 6 wickets, 132 Barbados. They looked good from the start, they had a good start, but then they lost a couple of wickets in the middle, and Leeward Islands have pulled things back from them on that. Then, coming down to the later half in the afternoon, there was a partnership between Sealy and Leacock of 49 that brought the Barbadians back here now at 132 for 6. 132 for 6. So tomorrow, we'll be back here at Arnesville. I'm thinking that we should be back here about 9:30 or so. We lost the whole morning period. We got 47 overs. The umpires have not decided as to what time we start tomorrow. They're still calculating the overs, but that's it for here. That's it for us here at Arnesville Playing Field. We'll be back here tomorrow morning, and we would continue coverage here of this game, the finals between Barbados and Leewards. And just to remind you again that the toss was won by Leewards. They insulted the Barbadians, and they're 132 for 6, 132 for 6, 47 overs bowled. And that is it for day 1 of this, the finals of the West Indies Under-19 tournament, the Rising Stars. We'll be bringing broadcasts to you tomorrow, hopefully, from Arnesville Playing Field. So we are saying good evening from my co-commentator, Stacey and Adams. I'm Kenroy Martin, signing off for today, day 1 of this finals.